Hello. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. My name is Norma Barbacci, and I'm a preservation architect and lecturer at the Yale School of Architecture, where I teach the seminar Historic Preservation in the 21st Century. Today, our webinar is part of that seminar, and I'm especially pleased to welcome both our students and the broader audience that is joining us from outside Yale University. Our session today, From Power to Possibility, Adaptive Reuse of Industrial Giants, addresses an increasingly urgent issue in preservation: planning and environmental policy. As communities transition towards a clean energy future, thousands of fossil fuel power plants across the United States and around the world are being decommissioned. These sites are monumental structures, often located on strategic waterfronts and deeply embedded in the industrial history of their cities. For decades, the default response has been demolition. But demolition means more than the loss of industrial heritage. It also discards vast amounts of embodied carbon, erases historic landscapes, and often forecloses opportunities to reconnect communities with waterfronts that were long closed to the public. Today, however, a different conversation is emerging. Increasingly, architects, planners, artists, and community advocates are asking how these industrial giants can be reimagined as community assets, places that support ecological restoration, climate resilience, education, and public space. Many of these sites are also located in frontline communities that bore the environmental burdens of industrial development for decades. The transformation, therefore, raises critical questions about environmental justice, remediation, and equitable access to the benefits of redevelopment. This webinar grew out of a collaboration with two remarkable colleagues: Anstress Farwell, president of the New Haven Urban Design League, has long been an important voice in New Haven, advocating for thoughtful planning, environmental stewardship, and the protection of the city's natural and urban assets. Her work has been instrumental in bringing attention to the future of sites like English Station and the role they can play in community revitalization. And Nina Rappaport, publications director at the Yale School of Architecture, is an architectural critic, curator, and scholar whose research has explored the relationship between industry and the city through projects such as Vertical Urban Factory, which examines how industrial production and urban life intersect. Together, we wanted to explore how the adaptive reuse of industrial infrastructure, especially power plants, can contribute to a more sustainable and equitable urban future. Today's program brings together several compelling case studies. We will begin with local examples, including Manresa, Wiles, and Norwalk, in an English Station here in New Haven, both of which demonstrate the challenges and possibilities of transforming former power plants into public and ecological assets. We will also examine broader perspectives, including the Battersea Power Station in London, the adaptive reuse of the Sears Power Plant in Chicago, and community-driven vision for the Antonio Maceo thermoelectric plant in Regla, Havana. Together, these projects illustrate how former energy infrastructure can become platforms for ecological restoration, cultural life, and community benefit. So please welcome Anstress Farwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. Years ago, a friend from Germany once said to me that while the United States didn't have castles on its hills, it did have castles on its waterways, the power plants. This romantic view of power plants, that they are awesome landmarks, has long been part of people's feeling for them. They were celebrated in art and poetry as titans, or just plain workhorses, bringing light and energy to homes and factories and illuminating new paths to the future. An opposite feeling has been just as prevalent, that power plants were dangerous, polluting, and the center of engineering of a world that was changing and becoming less humane. Although the polluting use of coal and diesel is becoming a thing of the past, the apprehension that people can have for these places can still be very deeply felt, enough so that it can impede the understanding of the opportunities that these buildings hold to be catalysts of community revival. So we've brought together today 5 very different types of power plants to explore their architectural value and the economic opportunities and environmental benefits they can create for communities. Thank you all for coming. Nina.
Hi. I'm so pleased to be part of this event with Anstras and Norma and our panelists. I would also like to thank Dean Burke, AJ, and the Yale team for helping this come to fruition and supporting the program. And just last year, I was in conversations with Anstras about the English Station Power Plant, and it happened to be at the same time I was writing an essay for a new book to be released this spring called The New Urban Energy Matters, edited by Asma Mahan and Sina Mustafi. And in that research, parallel to my work on urban industry and its revitalization, I found that the power plant has an additional complex layer in terms of its functional obsolescence because of its energy producing activity, its scale, and the turbulent shifting in energy technologies today. One of the many issues of these power plants, as mentioned by Norma, are that of the waterfront that have really become luxury developers' dreams. Instead, I began to ask, how can power plants be managed, disposed, or reused for new energy forms and for communities? The smokestacks, peakers, chutes, and cable systems are specific to their function. They follow what I see as the form of a glove in Robert Venturi's terms, that the buildings have exposed functioning technologies rather than be sealed like a mitten in an architectural design that can be renovated more easily into something else. In addition, what came to light was that there are perhaps 4 categories for addressing the reuse of these plants once they are decommissioned. One is, of course, left to ruin and demolished, which is a dominant default as a majority of them, such as Philadelphia's Richmond Station, fail and fall to ruin. A second area is those that are repurposed as cultural or institutional buildings that we'll see today, as marketplaces and commercial centers, such as the Tate Modern in London, Centrale Monte Martini in Rome, and a new project for the Edison plant in Boston. A next strategy that is that of repurposing power plants for renewable and alternative clean energy. This to me is the most significant and needs the most massive investments from local and national governments. It both saves the embodied carbon of the facility's infrastructure and distributes renewable energy through wind and solar power in new battery installations. The advantage of the renewable reuse is that they have already built in networks for the electric power to reach communities that they have been continuously serving. Power plants can be renovated as energy generating spaces with the bonus that the embodied carbon can contribute to a new sustainable form. Just want to show some images here if I can. Um, let's see. Does this work? Did that show? Is that showing?
Yes.
Uh, just hit the slideshow.
Yes. Okay. So just to show
And
here, this is
no,
Ravenswood.
you're
It's not
showing
working.
the presenter's view, I think.
Sorry.
Yeah,
This,
just end the show and then just show the regular view. Just slideshow and then just
yeah,
regular view,
it
not
usually does.
presenter's view. Mhm.
Yeah, it usually does. Sorry about that. Which is it
No
showing?
worry. I still showing the presenter's view, but
Is that okay? Is that uh, I
yeah,
can
just go for it.
I can show it like this. Do you see it here?
Yes.
Okay. So Ravenswood in Astoria is a particular example that I would like to mention at the outset today. As a sustainable vision, it entails the demolition of large peakers and the use of spaces potentially for lithium battery storage. On 28 acres of the Queens East River shoreline, Ravenswood is identified by its 4 red and white striped smokestacks, diagonal coal chutes, and blue metal sheds. It has been the main source of fossil fuel-based electricity since 1963, and at one point it was even considered for a nuclear power plant site. The 2,480 megawatt power plant was fired up with coal and provided 1 million homes with electricity. It is negatively impacting the residents of Queensbridge houses, the largest housing project in the US, and nearby Ravenswood houses and Astoria Park, giving this area the nickname Asthma Alley. In 1971, the Ravenswood plant transitioned to fuel and gas, and in 2004, it added another gas and steam plant. More recently, Rise Light and Power purchased the installation from TransCanada Corporation for $2.9 billion. In 2022, Rise presented a renewable Ravenswood vision with a promise to convert the plant into a renewable hub to harness offshore clean energy as required by new New York state laws. The company will restructure it to renewables by 2030. Of interest is that because the plant already exists, there's no need for new connections to the grid. It's literally plug and play configurations. And in addition, energy will be stored in 2 lithium ion batteries. It will include an 8-hour storage system that will be the largest in New York, replacing the dirty peakers and integrated with offshore wind supply through underwater cables to finally provide clean electricity to the communities. In addition, the plan by HR&A advisors includes amenities for the residents that they showed at community meetings for feedback. As many of these installations have been installed in enclaves of urban waterways or industrial park, now they can be integrated into cities. They can serve even as public space activators, extending their use as lifelines for a sustainable, carbon-free future. We can ask today at this event and others, how can we revitalize former industrial complexes to create new renewable energy infrastructures that then become global models to energize the planet in perhaps what we could call a new energy symbiosis? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina. And I would like to, if you could stop sharing your screen.
Yeah.
So now it is really, a great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Daniel Campo. He's an associate professor of city and regional planning at Morgan State University and an author of Post-Industrial DIY, Recovering American Rust Belt Icons. Daniel, thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Norma. This is fantastic to be here. I thank you and I thank Nina and Anstress and of course Yale for allowing us this time to share this really vital and diverse work. And I'm looking forward to hearing all of the panelists and the ensuing discussion. I'm going to share my screen. Let's hope I can do presenter view. If I can't, well, I'll have to wing it. Let's see.
You could do
Okay.
presenter's view. You might
Let,
just,
let's see how it goes here.
yep.
Let me pull this down. Wait for some start a slideshow. Okay. Okay, now. Let's see. Let's see if I can do this. 3 buttons. Oh, wait.
That looks great.
Oh, yeah, except for I don't see my notes. Okay, hang on. Sorry. I'm going to try this one more time. I don't want the, okay.
You might have to choose for presenter's view, you might have to choose just to show
What are you seeing
portion of
now?
your screen, but try that. Is that
Are you
working for
seeing?
you?
Yeah, I'm seeing presenter view. Are you seeing just the presentation?
Just your screen. Yes, just the,
Fantastic. Oh, great. Fantastic.
yay.
Okay. All right. So, um, we'll I'm going to set a foundation for this and hopefully provide some inspiration for moving forward in whatever direction that might be with power plants. And we're gonna digress a bit. I'm gonna ask that you allow me to digress. I'm very interested in post-industrial adaptation, reuse, engagement in places where the market fails. Market fails maybe because the buildings don't lend themselves to uh, adaptation or because the area is weak or both, the contamination, all of these things that we're going to get into today. Um, but I kind of got there through this kind of back door. I'm very interested in post-industrial space and in spaces that don't even have any structures. Here's a historic waterfront in North Brooklyn, not too far south of that Ravenswood power plant. All the buildings are gone, but there's still history there. And because it's this giant vacant site, uh, and there's not many waterfront parks, people have taken to it, right? And this site, which I later called the accidental playground, was unique. It wasn't just a substitution for parks, it was a place where people could go and make their own environment. They could do things that they couldn't do in traditionally structured parks in New York City. It was the other space. It was a place that was the opposite of all other spaces in the city. And these historic piers became places where people would go to for escape, for contemplation, to reflect, to recreate self. Hang on, let me move this bar out of the way. I'm working with a very small computer. And of course, it allowed for things that couldn't be done elsewhere or couldn't be done easily elsewhere. And this landscape, this accidental playground, was part of a larger accidental landscape that wasn't just vacant spaces, but also many industrial buildings, some commercial as well, many that had been given new and vital cultural uses. This was a waterfront and a neighborhood or area of the city that invited insertions, alterations, outsider activity. Even Cass Gilbert's Austin Nichols warehouse that you see in the background at that time was not condominiums, it was art spaces. Perhaps the most iconic of all of the industrial buildings in this area, in this landscape, was the Domino sugar plant, the largest and most modern sugar plant in the world when it was completed in 1884 and over many decades became a 22-acre campus with over 20 buildings. Uh, Domino was actually in business until the early aughts. Of course, the waterfront is changing, and a whole bunch of city actions pretty much dooms it as a business. Perhaps it wasn't meant to be in the 21st century anyway. Many people know Domino or learn of Domino. Probably some people here in this room learned of it from Kara Walker's A Subtlety or The Marvelous Sugar Baby that was staged in the Ross Sugar House warehouse. This is a big, giant, early 20th century building that had these large garage door openings on the left side. I'll use a laser pointer here, uh, where sugar cane was unloaded and stored in this building. So this fantastic installation grew at least some of its strength from this juxtaposition of the work with its environment. Of course, a new waterfront was rising, and the raw sugar warehouse would be demolished, along with nearly every other structure on this 22-acre site. Um, this old but vital waterfront was lost to global investors catalyzed by pro-growth development policies like rezoning and affordable housing incentives, not the least of which was 180 block waterfront rezoning in 2005 and then a follow-up rezoning in 2009. And buildings and vacant creative spaces were reshaped and rebuilt on across this waterfront up and down Greenpoint and Williamsburg. I'm sure there are a lot of people in this audience who are familiar with these places. many of these buildings gone, and the few that remain have all been given kind of high-end uses that don't have quite the publicness or cultural vitality. Many of them don't have the cultural vitality that they once did. And this wasn't a unique thing. The larger post-industrial landscape was being reshaped in cities up and down the East Coast. The cramped shipyard in Philadelphia uh, was demolished in 2007 by the state of Pennsylvania to build a new uh, exit for I-95 to serve the new Sugar House Casino, which itself was on the grounds of the demolished Revere sugar plant. So a demolition uh, begets more demolition and more demolition, and buildings that could be reused are lost. Also, the aforementioned, as Nina mentioned, the aforementioned Richmond Station in Philadelphia, one of the city's earliest concrete daylight factories as part of the Philco radio and television plant, lost in these years. The Schmitz Brewery, nearly 20 buildings, including its elegant Victorian headquarters, all lost to, to new development, global investment, incentives, and so on. One of those buildings was not a manufacturing building, but an office building, the Gilbert Building, constructed in 1910, added to the National Register in 1986. You can see it there. It's that 10-story building with the concrete frame on the left side here, right. The Gilbert Building was unique in that it was abandoned, eventually bought, and rented out to arts organizations in Philadelphia, including Vox Populi, Arts Collective, the Asian Arts Initiative, and the Fabric Workshop and Museum. These organizations and their many patrons uh, renovated these buildings mostly through sweat equity and small donations, and made this building a destination within Philadelphia and across the East Coast. But this building was no match for the Pennsylvania Convention Center, and the state of Pennsylvania thought that bigger was better, and it wanted to expand the already large convention center out to North Broad Street in this direction. So the state took title to about 16 or 17 buildings, and the Gilbert Building was no more, as was this other National Register building, the Oddfellows Hall here, all to bring the convention center to North Broad Street. So these losses made me think, maybe I thought, like, what if we could have an experiment? What if all of this transgressive, grassroots, in the moment activity could organize and grow on its own accord and take on ever larger projects and grow with buildings as well? Where could I find buildings that would be ideal places for these kinds of experiments in engagement and preservation and reuse of industrial structures and industrial air structures? Well, I went to Detroit, of course. My idea was cities further down the global economic order could facilitate these bottom-up experiments and provide grounds for DIY or urbanism and make your own environment, transgressive activity, and vital under the radar cultural practices. You can't go to Detroit without going to the Michigan Central Station, uh, designed by Warren and Wetmore and Stem and Reed, opened in 1913 by the New York Central Railroad. These are the same architects and the same company that built Grand Central in New York City. The station had been abandoned since 1989 and had become a ruin. Of course, the waiting room, modeled after the Baths of Caracalla, perhaps the most famous or infamous abandoned indoor space in all of the US, the site of Eminem's uh, 2009 video Beautiful, and many, many transgressive and quite a few creative activities over the decades it was abandoned. Now, this particular building, profiled in my book, has been bought and restored by the Ford Motor Company, part of part of their action was based on the fact that the building had become so famous as a ruin. The other great iconic symbol of Detroit's decline, the Packard automobile plant, designed by famed uh, Detroit architect Albert Kahn, the largest automobile plant in the world and the most modern. And when it was built in the early 20th century, the first made primarily of reinforced concrete and the prototype for nearly all automobile production facilities in the United States through the 1920s, including Kahn's Highland Park plant in Highland Park, and also the River Rouge plant in Dearborn. Um, Kind of a prototype actually for all American factories. So this plant oddly was closed in 56, and somehow it had this it was accidental. It had this staying power. The city and state tried to demolish it, but for a lot of very complicated reasons I won't get into in this presentation, couldn't. And it became the site of art, underground techno dance parties, lots of illegal activities too, right? It was a kind of a mixed bag, but it was still this site of interesting activity. And as I noted, Packard was the exception. Most of Southeast Michigan's historic automobile plants were demolished, subsumed, or erased, sometimes replaced with new logistics landscape type plants like you see there on the left in the Jefferson North plant, which sits on the grounds of four historic uh, and demolished previous plants, some designed by Kahn. At some point, I found out about the Central Terminal in Buffalo, which, like Detroit, had this was an abandoned train station with this magnificent passenger concourse. But the difference was it wasn't just a ruin that was allowed to kind of deteriorate. It did for a couple of decades. It was closed in 1979, but eventually, again, this is a story I tell in the book, was taken over. Active local citizen activism led to its takeover by the city of Buffalo, and then the city of Buffalo deeded it to a new preservation corporation that would own it and oversee its restoration, and that happened in 1998. But the company had no resources, no experience, no expertise, didn't know what to do with it. And so it had to adapt and use some different approaches that would be based in arts and culture, volunteer sweat equity, work on weekends, events, small donations, and small government grants. While I was looking at all this stuff in the Rust Belt and these half demolished plants and so on, I thought, let me look at some plants some landmarks of the Rust Belt, some success stories of preservation, the works of Louis Sullivan and H. Richardson. And these are incredible buildings and complexes, but they cost, their restoration was extremely expensive and resources are scarce. Uh, H. Richardson's Buffalo State Hospital there on your right, now called the Richardson or the Richardson Olmsted Complex, has required over $100 million in public funding and quite a bit of private funding as well. And it's still kind of a work in progress, and it's had lots of stops and starts, and large portions of the uh, complex are still in ruins. So one other, of course, Frank Lloyd Wright's Darwin Martin House, one of the premier Wright single-family homes that exists in the United States or anywhere, also in ruins in the mid-90s. Eventually, $50 million was raised. Half of it came from public sources uh, to renovate the building, to restore the building, and build a $10 million visitor center for Toshiko Mori. So, you know, architectural restoration is I don't have to tell people in this space is extremely expensive, and we spent $50 million, $25 million in public money on a single family home. How do you tackle that train station? How do you tackle power plants that don't necessarily lend themselves to market-driven uses that have all of these contamination issues as well? So we can look to other countries. And indeed, in all of the sites that I visited in the United States, you talk to any of the protagonists, the people leading these projects, activists, citizens. I say, why can't this be the American Ruhr? Why can't we create a park like Duisburg Nord, part of Emscher, part of the several dozen Emscher parks in northwest Germany? This is the gold standard of large scale uh, adaptation and engagement of former industrial landscapes, the steel plant in Duisburg. Of course, this took billions of euros, much of which came from the German government and from the European Union. And but I would even argue, besides the dollars and cents, that we don't have the same kind of feeling. We don't have the same sense of patrimony that many of our colleagues in Europe have. And these all of these projects in Hampshire and other places across the European Union are great kind of goals or models for us. But in the shorter run, we have to develop a whole bunch of different tools that could maybe get us there, right? Even we're talking power plants. This is the Tejo Power Station that was closed in the 1980s on the Tejo River in Lisbon. That's now part of the Museum of Art, Architecture, and Technology, which also has this stunning new building, which is not pictured, right? I don't have costs for this building. I couldn't quite find them. But again, there's a kind of combination of a commitment to architecture and making that architecture public, both in kind of dollars or in this case euros, but also a sense that architecture is important, that these structures are a part of who we are. They're not just things to look at or expensive pieces of real estate. So this kind of sets up my research in this book. You know, we here in the United States, and I don't want to generalize, but I'll take a stab at it, right? We 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 either restore something to the absolute highest degree for kind of high market producing uses, or we say, it's not feasible. We'll have to demolish it. And we have nothing in between where there's a weak market or other forces that keep us from this kind of grand or grandiose restoration. So we lost all of the buildings of Domino, including that raw sugar warehouse. We lost just recently, in the last couple of years, we lost the Great Northern grain elevator, which is this building on the right, the last steel binned grain elevator of its kind, I think in North America. The bins are behind the wall there, demolished by Archer Daniels Midland that owned this complex here and was still active. So, in strong markets, the market's so strong it kind of eats takes these properties away from us. We can't do this in New York. We've got affordable housing needs, and the market dictates that these places aren't viable. In weak markets, we say, hey, it's a weak market. We've got to do something. We've got to employ people. We need incentives, and those incentives often go to demolishing buildings like these. So I ask in the book, and I ask it now, like, is there a third way? Can we do things differently? Can we preserve and engage um, structures that are not valued by the market? And if we can do this, can we do it in such a way that we don't kind of neuter them, that they remain places of possibility. They remain authentic, that they speak to us. They speak to our who we are and our souls in a way that really stirs many of us in this room. And then maybe if we can do those two things, can we build it? Can we grow it? Can we build urbanism around it? That's a super challenge. And then I added this fourth question, particularly for this presentation, um, because power plants are a very unique landscape, and all of the structures I've showed you have some kind of contamination issues, and they're considered brownfields, but power plants ever more so. And there's all kinds of legal challenges as I've been learning with English Station as well. So can we do these things and kind of turn the tide? I ask, like, can we build a post-industrial DIY to recover, preserve, interpret, reuse, and celebrate significant industrial era places through locally directed and sweat equity driven building and landscape practices, cultural programming, and a range of smaller and itinerant activities, like we see here at the Central Terminal. The guys who pioneered this back in the early 2000s said to me when I toured the this building with them, they said, Danny, we like to say the building was saved by beer, right? $5, people pay $5 for their beer, and it goes to, and this part of this Easter Monday is appropriate time of year to show this picture. This is Easter Monday celebration. And this is what kept the building standing for a couple of decades. Also luck to get us to now where there's actually a professional restoration going on. So I'm going to show you two case studies really quick, or somewhat quick. One is Silo City, a campus of grain elevators built along the Buffalo River. This is what those grain elevators look like in 1990. And there were four different elevator complexes with supporting mill buildings and warehouses and other structures that were built on four separate plots of land. You can see them here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the 1960s, all of these structures were bought by Archer Daniels Midland and no, I'm sorry, ConAgra. And over time, three of the four went offline. In 1990, only this structure was actively storing grain. Of course, this was an incredible landscape, even in abandonment. This particular structure was still active. And this is what Banham called the concrete Atlantis. The river itself was a former industrial cesspool, and in decades-long EPA supervised cleanup had brought people back to that river. And you can see here there's a kind of mini accidental playground here on the banks of what people in Buffalo call Elevator Alley. Well, those four elevators were adjacent to a metal fabrication facility owned by this guy here, Rick Smith. He was a third generation owner of rigidized metal, and he wanted some of that property so he could more efficiently get rail cars and trucks into and out of his property. So he approached ConAgra and said, can you sell me an easement, or can you sell me a sliver of your property so I can do this? I'm willing to pay for it. And the ConAgra representative said, yes, we will sell it to you, but we're going to sell you all four grain elevators and you will take the whole property. So he took all four grain elevators. He only paid, I think, $180,000 for them. Of course, it's this big, humongous liability. And so he had these four grain elevators now, and he didn't know what to do with them. He spoke with the architecture faculty and others at the University at Buffalo. Maybe some people in this room will recognize these instructors. And they helped him kind of inventory and understand these buildings. At the same time, Smith launched this idea of starting um, an ethanol refinery on site. Now, it doesn't sound very good to many of us, especially we're talking about clean energy. But in the 2000s, this was a big deal. And Smith, this we build the ethanol facility amid these grain elevators, and now you'd be reusing the grain elevators in their original for their original use. Like that's pretty rare, right? So Smith spent a lot of time getting the permits, fighting lawsuits, and so on. And then once all the permits were in place and the lawsuit settled in around 2008, uh, we ran into the recession and the price of ethanol cratered. And all of a sudden, the whole facility didn't make any sense. So Smith went back to the drawing board, and when I interviewed him, I've interviewed him several times. He said, I really didn't want to do the ethanol plant anyway. It was not very fun, and people were angry with me. I wanted to do something that was fun, that celebrated these structures. So he didn't really have a plan initially, other than let's get people to the site. This is a thrilling landscape. Here, it's everything that a Frank Lloyd Wright house isn't. It's this unbelievable landscape, and there you are at the top, unprotected, looking out over Banham's concrete Atlantis. What can you do with this structure? How can we make it a way that many people can enjoy and enjoy safely, and have the activities on site kind of pay for the upkeep and the restoration of these internationally significant structures? Well, Smith said to me, like, I want to do three. This is already 15 years ago. He said, I want to do three projects a year. Um, and we're going to have some festivals. We're going to do some small insertions. We're going to do partnerships with paid for through U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We're going to get school groups to plant pollinator gardens. We're not going to have any predetermined ideas about what goes where and how things could be. This is not a best practices driven model. It's not the big plan. It's not even the big restoration. Let's have poetry in the grain elevator. So there's no power in there. The silos leak, but let's set it up for poetry. And the Buffalo is this kind of interesting Rust Belt city for those who don't know it, and it punches above its weight in kind of cultural production. And there's an outsized community of musicians and writers and visual artists. There always has been, at least for many decades. And the Silo City reading series started, and by some crazy measure, after just 2 years, it was the third most. I was told it was the third most important venue in the United States for spoken word. So it becomes an incubator for local talent at the same time that uh, internationally famous poets like Ocean Vuong and Dennis Smith and Jericho Brown would come and read. Lots of visual art inside the grain elevators and outside. Um, this is this is Valerie Lyman's Breaking Ground. The images of the North Dakota Bakken oil rush juxtaposed against a boom and bust, juxtaposed against an earlier boom and bust of the grain transfer and milling economy. Two Buffalo theater companies would stage performances inside the elevators and on the campus. Torrance Space Theater Company would put each year write and stage an original production. This is the 2015's They Kill Things, which were as much public rituals that involved the audience as they were theater. And by 2022, things were changing and they could no longer go inside the grain elevator. I'll explain why in just a moment. But still use this landscape to do their productions. This is their 2022 production of Ages. That cottonwood tree was this kind of self-seeded accidental growth in an area that they now call the Meadow. In the early 1990s, this would have been all railroad tracks and hardscape. course, all of this programming and activity complements the formal cleanup of the River and all of the activity that's now coming back, leisure activity and entertainment that's coming back to the river. The owner, Smith, is looking the whole time he owns this to how do I preserve these monumental structures that are important to the world, not just to me. And he has all these different plans. Many of them don't work out. He always wanted to have a kind of arts venue on campus, so he adapts these structures into a bar, restaurant, performance space, art gallery. There's music there all the time. Here's some of those pollinator gardens to the left and right. Um, of course, this bigger question of how do you preserve the grain elevators is still very much with us. So in 2019, Smith enters into a partnership with Generation Development, and Generation will adapt all of the supporting buildings, like this mill building here and this warehouse here, for affordable housing and other uses, but leave the grain elevators themselves intact. Okay, we can talk more of that later. One other um, quick case study, because I want to leave a little time here for Q&A. The Cary blast furnaces outside of Pittsburgh. So if you're looking on the left image, this is where they made the iron, and this is where they made the steel. So this is about 500 acres on both sides of the river. The Homestead Steel and Cary Iron Works is perhaps the most consequential factory of the 20th century. And certainly America, maybe only River Rouge is in the same kind of cultural breath. And the iron was made here and put into rail cars in a molten form, and then brought over in those rail cars to into this factory, into Homestead, where it was made into American railroads, highways, buildings, including Chrysler Building, plate steel for Navy ships for 3 wars, the plate steel used in the US space program through the 1970s. So when the first people that landed on the moon landed in uh, vehicles that were in spaceships that were made of steel that was forged right here. This factory made America's suburbia, made the American way of life possible. I think we can certainly contribute to it. So this is a kind of failure of preservation and failure of our the way we engage these places across the United States, is that this is what mostly became of the steel side. Um, there's a few things that are preserved, but most of it looks like this, even though Bed Bath and Beyond is gone. It's a kind of generic landscape. It certainly isn't this on the left. But on the Cary side, on the north bank of that river, a different set of dynamics unfolded, and for a lot of complicated reasons, uh, demol the scrapping of the plant didn't fully happen because it was hard getting the scrap in and out. The value of scrap cratered with the recession, the Great Recession. And so you've got this now resurgent landscape, a mix of rust and nature. And two things are happening here. So one, there's an industrial preservation movement that's fighting to preserve two-thirds of the complex is gone. But they're fighting to preserve the remaining half. At the same time, people are discovering the site in this kind of post-industrial condition. Part of those people are the Pittsburgh Industrial Arts Co-op, that builds these kind of underground but arguably monumental works on site. The Cary Owl in 1994, before that was demolished, and then a few years later, the Cary Deer. Um, Tim Cowlin, one of the industrial co-op members, said they built this on Sundays for 50 straight Sundays in 1998, 97 and 98. And he said, these were the 50 best Sundays of my life. This is the best project of my life. Um, another Right. I have the quotes here. Liz Hammond, another one of the artists, said, I relinquished, we think of these as monumental structures. None of them expected that these structures would ever last. She said, I relinquished ownership of the deer the moment it was done. The On the other side, the rivers of steel people who are trying to save these sites, the director of archives said, Ron Baroff said, the Carrie Deer makes the telling of the story of the industrial history of the site more viable. So what's happening here is that these two narratives are kind of weaving together and making something stronger. So the Carrie Deer, against all odds, has survived and now has this incredible dialogue with the remaining blast furnaces on the site. Right, there's Ron Baroff on the right. There's all these industrial tours that happen, and so much like Silo City, it's a low dollar affair for 2 decades. Sweat equity improvements, volunteers who show up with lawnmowers, trial and error landscape design, the goats, but all of this arts and populist programming, like the American Ninja Warrior competition, the Bach Choir, the Festival of Combustion, keeping the steel arts alive even as Pittsburgh changes. That moment when they pour the molten iron into the block, that wow, right? But at the same time, all of this is happening, the leaders of the the underlying owners of the site, Allegheny County, have this idea to make this a giant redevelopment project, industrial redevelopment, warehouses, office parks, and that kind of thing. This was part of the Pittsburgh region's bid for Amazon 2.0, which failed, thankfully. Um, and they didn't see any of, at least initially, they didn't see the magic or the the beauty in any of this. Eventually they were won over and they realized that the carry furnaces added value to whatever would be around them ultimately, even if that development was fairly generic. And here you see on the sites around the core plant, which is over here, the 28-acre plant, a whole bunch of different flex space and film production facilities are being built, many of which is generic, but yet at least the furnaces are preserved and are still being used for these uses. Okay, so how do we make sense of these case studies and how might they apply to power plants, right? And maybe some of this we pick up in the discussion. But I think, first of all, we've got to embrace a kind of incremental strategies, like and think about a kind of continuum of outcomes, right? These sites are incomplete, they're imperfect, the conditions are not good, there's contamination issues. I don't want to make light of any of that, but remember that because of those issues, that's why these buildings are standing. Because every time you have an abandoned plant like that, you've got politicians and others ready to knock it down and build anew, right? Also, we've got to think about this expanding the immediate future, the present and immediate future. We kind of lose this in preservation. We want to use the past to create this kind of economic development, a fueled future, and we lose like the foreground as we do this. And of course, resurgent nature is such a big part of these sites. We've got to find a way where industrial heritage, arts and culture, and resurgent nature continue to have this dialogue that these sites have in their raw state. So this is kind of conceptual, going from abstract to more specific. Um, the most important thing you can do in any industrial site is to bring people to it, like any kind of post-industrial site. Like politicians will never be convinced until that you bring them to the festival where they indeed grab a beer in their hands. They say, yeah, and people come up and say, isn't this great? So access is so important and try to figure out what we can do just to reactivate a little piece of the site. I don't want to get into national in policy. We don't need to talk about it in this gathering. I think some of this is already happening for some of these uh, power plants that we're discussing today. People are already doing this. They're taking a kind of a really activist approach, thinking what can we do today to save these places, and how can we push the limit? So what does post-industrial DIY, I think is the last slide, do for power plants? What can we do for with all these case studies? How does this inform the adaptation of power plants and get us closer to sustainability and net carbon zero and cultural and economic vitality? This is a big question, so I'm really excited that we're doing this. We're having this session. Um, but we have to convince urban leaders before we can do anything, or as we do this, that demolition is preposterous, that these structures are so important and special and still speak to us. And part of that mission is to bring people to these sites. So maybe here at English Station, I know we'll have a talk, is that, if we can't get onto the site, maybe we can get adjacent to the site. Like maybe this platform can become the site of something, even if it's temporary one-off, arts programming, industrial heritage, environmental programming, uh, solar power generation, whatever it is that we need to do. But let's get people to the site and show them how fantastic these sites really are. And that's it. And if you have any issues or questions or want to contact me, I'm happy to hear from you. Thank you. I'll
Thank you,
stop.
Daniel. Thank you very much. I think, we have a few minutes, a couple of minutes, if anybody wants to post a question using the Q&A button. We have like about 4 minutes. So far, I don't see any open questions, but maybe the other panelists might want to ask some questions to Daniel. No questions? We could
I guess
say
I
that.
wowed everybody. They're
Yes, you
speechless.
explained everything so perfect. So if we don't have any questions for this portion, we could
I
go
have
ahead.
one.
Uh, Anybody? Oh, Marco, go for it.
I have one. Yes.
Yes, go
Dan,
for
thank you for the brilliant presentation. And I'm very curious always. I work for Rafael Vignoli Architects, and we operate both in the US, obviously predominantly, and also in the UK, where we have a number of projects. And I'm always fascinated at the fact that there isn't an equivalent to English heritage in the US, like a national instance that lists assets, historic assets, and prescribes what can be done and limits how private owners are able to transform these assets. And I don't know if you could comment a little bit for the about this for the international audience that's joining us.
Sure. We actually do have this kind of structure in the United States, but it's different. So the National Historic Preservation Act 1966 kind of spells out the vision of what historic preservation can be. But industrial structures, I mean, it's tremendously fraught and complex topic, and we don't have time to kind of cover it. But industrial structures are this tremendous blind spot because we expect the private sector ultimately to be the stewards of nearly all these properties, right? We invest more of our cultural capacity into like national parks, right? So we've got all these incredible national parks in the United States, but national heritage parks are almost an afterthought. And indeed, in the national laws, they're supposed to be partnerships. They're not like, oh, hey, this is something that is about what America is. What they say is like, and it's codified in all these different ways, is that you've got to find a partnership to operate this, and we'll provide some money, but ultimately you've got to find other sources. And then the fact that these are all brownfields and they have tremendous contamination issues. So brownfields has become this very big deal in the United States because we have so many contaminated spots, but our approach to brownfields is kind of overwhelmed industrial heritage. Like the easiest thing to do is knock them down and to dig out all of the contaminated soil and install pumps and so on. So we've got to bring industrial heritage back onto a platform where it can compete with brownfields and compete with other forms of historic preservation.
Thank you, Daniel. A couple of questions showed up in the Q&A, but we don't have that much time, but we'll make it short. One I think is interesting, which they say, which is more valuable to the public, a public pool or a very large, expensive, unprogrammed building? So they
This
kind
is
of,
a,
yeah.
yeah. So this is a great question because I went on the English station tour last Saturday, so I heard about the pool, and I would argue like you don't have to choose, you can have both, right? Like what's precluding building a public pool if it's indeed at all feasible on this site and leaving the plant in place. And maybe we can do it in a way that's less expensive than demolition and building the pool.
Mhm.
We
And
can
so,
discuss this later on. I'm sure we will.
yeah,
Yeah,
I would say hold on to those questions for the
I'm
moderator. Yeah,
just
Nina?
just to make a note, the Beloit has a swimming pool in their power plant by Jeannie Gang Architects, so it can be done.
All right, all right. And this might be a quick answer. Is anyone else investing in the grain silos in Buffalo?
It's a complicated story, and I believe the two largest silos that are still left are under the ownership of the city of Buffalo, which would have demolished them long a time ago if they had had the resources. It's still, even though Silo City is kind of taken off, from my knowledge, and I'm now like 2 or 3 years removed from all of this research, they still look at it as mostly a liability, even though they're building a trail to kind of connect it. So there is a constituency now that didn't exist 15 years ago. So I am hopeful, but even the silos in Silo City, I don't think that the mixed use plan that's there is going to be enough to keep those structures standing and the roofs fixed and keep them open for the public. At some point, we're going to have something else, and we'll see what that is.
Mhm. Well, thank you, Daniel. I think now we're ready to start our first panel, which would be reinventing industrial sites, the local perspectives. So the first presenter in this panel would be Jeremy Allen Siegel, AIA, AICP from Bjarke Engels Group in New York. So Jeremy, you have the floor.
Hi there. Thank you. I will share my screen. Everybody seeing this? Is my screen being
Yeah,
shared?
is
Yeah?
beautiful. Yes, yes.
Okay, great. All right, so yeah, I'm Jeremy Siegel. I am an associate here at Bjarke Ingels Group in New York City. I am our director of public projects. I'm an architect and planner, and have worked on a variety of kind of projects that are at the intersection of infrastructure, urban planning, landscape, and kind of systems. And we have been working on this project for the last, it's been a little more than 2 years now, with the Manresa Island Corporation, as well as our colleagues at Scape, Landscape Architects, and a broader team, looking at this very interesting 125-acre site, um, not far from New Haven, in South Norwalk, Connecticut. So I'm going to focus on this plant. Um, and the story kind of starts with Austin and Allison McCord. So in this case, we have this industrial asset which was decommissioned in 2013, shortly after Hurricane Sandy, but not because of Hurricane Sandy. It was actually more so that the type of plant and the niche that it was filling, the NRG who was running it basically decided it was no longer of advantage for them to continue its operation. So it sat empty for a few years, and a developer bought it. The city did some feasibility studies on the land. It was originally kind of envisioned for perhaps single family home development, perhaps a marina, sort of continuing the privatization by and large of the shoreline that characterizes the area. Austin and Allison were neighbors to the plant, and essentially decided one day that they would actually acquire the plant, and pledge to transform it into a public destination. They established the Manresa Island Corporation, whose mission is to inspire engagement with the waterfront through public access, programming, activity centered around water, as well as think about research and kind of capitalizing on the site's ecology. So as part of that, the corporation is responsible for the remediation, design, restoration, build out, and management of Manresa Island Park, including cleaning up the site, securing the site, respecting neighbors in the design and planning process, both in terms of product and also process, um, implementing sustainability and resiliency in design, thinking about the programming in ways that are sensitive, but that are also taking this opportunity to create a public destination. Um, Access and transportation has been a big part of the conversation here. And ultimately, the real thought here is to create a destination for the community here. So what did they actually commit to? What is this site? It's at the intersection of the sound and the land. It is part of a constellation of islands that were created during the retreat of the glacier many tens of thousands of years ago. And these kinds of areas tend to be very rich biologically because there's so much interface between land and sea. These transition areas are always the richest in ecological terms. And so it has historically been a gathering place both for wildlife, but also for people. The indigenous Sivanoy people originally populated this area. Oyster fishing is understood to have been an activity here historically, uh, and then also more recently, more kind of in recent history. In the 19th century, a gentleman named Joseph Kaiser purchased the land. It was called Kaiser Island for a little while. And interestingly, he actually at first made it into a kind of botanical garden with rare and exotic plants. Post 1860, it was sold to the Jesuits, who turned it into a kind of retreat called Manresa Island, this being named after Manresa, Spain, which was of importance to them. And in the 20th century, the park event, or sorry, the island eventually became a site for the installation of a power unit in the 1950s. I think, of course, there was a little bit of controversy at the time, but generally the plant was sort of seen as an icon of progress, and kind of, emblematic of the 1950s, forward progress into modernity. But of course, that came at ecological cost. Both, of course, air pollution, but also a reshaping of the land. You can see it's called Manresa Island, but over time it actually transformed into a peninsula. And that peninsula was actually formed by the fly ash, which was a byproduct of the coal burning, which was dumped in the bay behind in a series of dikes. And then over time, that fly ash, you can see those dikes here, the perimeter dikes, which then became the site of fill over time. You can see some of the neighboring residential neighborhoods here. The construction of Unit 1 and the administrative building here and the smokestack. Unit 1 actually stood um, freestanding for 5 to 6 years and operated on its own. The plant was modular, and Unit 2 was built and added to it shortly thereafter. Here you can still see it where Unit 1 and half of the turbine hall plus the administrative building fueled by coal. The coal was deposited by barge and brought up to the boiler building by a series of coal elevators. In the 1960s and 70s, the plant was converted to gas or oil fired rather. And so a series of oil tanks were constructed. You can see the coal yards and the coal elevators were removed. You can even see the little patching of the aperture where the coal elevators originally brought the coal. And so then oil was used to fire the boilers from then on. So what's the value of the site today? If originally its value was that or sort of in the 20th century, it produced energy. Today it provides miles of shoreline. It provides a functional protected dock and harbor. There are expansive wetlands existing on site. There is a white birch forest that has established itself in the fly ash fill. This is tens of acres in the north of the site. And then there's the building itself, which has been our focus at BIG. The energy process here diagrammed was essentially the boiling of water, the creation of heat either through the burning of coal, which originally was in these coal bins, or through oil, and then steam powering a set of turbines, the turbines creating electricity that went out to the substation, and then the whole process being cooled by water intake from the east and then discharge to the west. Those spaces, which were really designed for machines, today create some pretty impressive spaces for people. The turbine hall itself, there's two turbines here. The hall is high like this, and it has a gantry crane solely to allow for the turbines to be serviced and maintained. The boiler building is really kind of a three-dimensional, very dense matrix of structure that houses the two boilers that hang in two large voids. And then the administrative building is kind of a 1950s, almost Corbusian, for those here who are architects, kind of the five pillars of architecture, like sitting on pilotis, ribbon windows, kind of the whole shebang here. A cute little building, which actually did, have some intention put into it. There's beautiful glazed CMU, quarry tile floors, some nice details that we've also been trying to preserve in the rehabilitation. Views to the sound are very much of value. This is from the roof of the boiler building. Views back to Norwalk as well. And of course, this site provides an opportunity to expand Norwalk's public shoreline. In green, you can see Calf Pasture Beach, Campo Beach, some beach further back in the bay here. And you can see how much of the shoreline here is really dedicated to or is not dedicated to public access. A lot of it is on these outlying islands, which require a boat to get to. So, not really of the same category, I would say, as these. I think that's really a key part of the value that is seen in the site here. And then, of course, the idea that this can serve as some kind of a case study or model for similar post-industrial sites in the region. So for that reason, Austin and Allison assembled a team, actually starting with designers. So first, sort of with a park first mentality, bringing on landscape architects. We came on to look at the plant itself, and then have assembled a team of engineers and economists and all those inputs that you need to think about a site at this scale. It's also been great to see Manresa Island Corporation really building itself from the ground up in parallel with the design and visioning process. So this is, just a small subset of eventually what will comprise the Manresa Island Corporation. The group right now is of course very much focused on visioning, design, facilities. Ultimately, it will also build out to take on operations, maintenance, and all those elements of running a 125-acre park that are required. In terms of timeline, the park or the island was acquired by the McCords, and the corporation was formed in 2024. Throughout 2025, we started to engage with Norwalk around the initial vision. A first phase was developed and revealed for Northern Forest as sort of a near term, really just trying to hit the ground with something. And we, over the next few years, will be doing landscape remediation, furthering design of the building. Construction is slated to begin in the late 2020s, and then hoping to open in the early 2030s. So engagement has been a big part of this. We kind of, after taking stock of the site and understanding the opportunities, engaged in 1 year of formal community engagement, where, Manresa Island Corporation really took great effort to reach as many community members as possible through a variety of different formats, written, in person, small group, larger groups, etc. I think it's interesting just to take stock of what we heard in that process. Nature, I think, has been front and center in the vision of the owners and in the minds of the community, that immersion in nature is one of the big opportunities with this site. The power plant was sited on the water because its process relied on water. And of course, water is one of the strengths of the site that its future use can capitalize on. Public, free, and everyday use, education, and play. And I think play has been something that, of course, makes sense in, such a multi-generational and family-oriented community as Norwalk. But play has also kind of been, I would say, in the heart of the owners. Austin, if you look him up online, you'll find like his portrait is his face in a pit of colorful balls, which was some kind of a prank that they would play on colleagues at one of his companies. So I think something about play was also like a resonant both between the owner benefactor and in the community, and really comes across in the way we've approached the site and the building. As with any project of this scale, impacts on the existing neighborhood, intensity of use, right? Wanting to make sure this doesn't become a kind of a, large scale theme park, but that it's scaled appropriately. Traffic is, of course, always, in almost any project, something that you really have to think carefully about. And just, the implications of taking one land use, industrial power generation, and the way that everything has developed around that, and now converting that, what are the implications? So there's a series of project values that have kind of been formulated on the owner side and together with that input from the community, which I think you'll see expressed in the vision for the site. I'll just go top level here. A place like no other, an island for all, a model of future forward thinking, a hub for learning and discovery, and a revitalized ecology. So the way that those have landed spatially on the site I would say kind of has maybe three key spatial components in terms of planning. One of them is the waterfront itself, as kind of a linear route and a key interface with the sound. The second is really capitalizing on the birch forest and the upland portion as a place that can be more wild and also act as a buffer between the plant and the existing community. And then concentrating active programming at the plant and around the plant in the landscape. So all that together has formed the current vision for the park, which is depicted here. There is a conceptual plan that has been developed. And I will spend the next 10 minutes or so just sort of taking us on a spin through the park, the future park. We do have a naturalized beach design here that is, of course, it needs to think carefully about environmental permitting and making sure that we're not filling in the water, but really actually cutting back. But creating a beach was a key part of the vision here. An upland scrub scramble, transitioning to a pool, an outdoor pool, and locker room area around the stack itself. I think one of the site visits that the McCords took was to Duisburg, and yeah, I've been there myself at some point, and I think that juxtaposition of human use and these kind of industrial ruins is so cool that we really wanted to locate the pool in a place that took advantage of that. So it's located between the stack and the boiler building. The scrub scramble leading you down to the beach. In a place with a few public beaches, but a lot of private beaches and private beach clubs as well. But a beach that is not just a wide sandy beach, but that also has shade and natural vegetation. As you make your way up towards the building, there is a large lawn and terrace. The administrative building here, it's level 2, which becomes sort of the new level 1 of the park, is envisioned as a restaurant and cafe for the park, a large gathering lawn for use in all seasons, culminating there at the berth for boats, ferry stop and water-based transit at the harbor. The potential here for relationships with research partners, for example, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute or other universities in the area. Play, so destination play is a big component of the park itself. And again, this is all being developed by our colleagues at Scape, just representing it here on their behalf. So sort of more active formal play areas and then more nature-based play. Upland, there's an opportunity here for a cedar swamp, which is unusual or is not currently on the site at this size or scale, but that through ecological design is being created. An expanded living shoreline, access throughout the waterfront, and then the Western Marsh and really being sensitive to this area and preserving it as a buffer between the active core of the park and plant and the neighborhoods, the residential neighborhoods that are just behind us here. I mentioned a first phase, the Northern Forest is being thought of in this kind of time-based way as a successional strategy where the existing forest slowly becomes more native and more resilient over time through strategic planting and strategic access provision. So that's sort of a high-level overview of the park. And then we have the adaptive reuse of the plant itself. These are sites that have not seen a lot of human interaction or use, but it's useful to remind ourselves of just the level of effort that's represented in these kinds of facilities. 4,650 tons of steel and 21,000 tons of concrete in total For reference, we've estimated that the amount of structural steel in the building is about 2/3 that in the Eiffel Tower. And while it is expensive to clean and renovate these kinds of facilities, there is a huge sort of sunk cost of carbon emissions that's already represented in these. So sort of building an equivalent facility, the embodied carbon represented in that can be avoided, anywhere from 50 to 75%, with reuse of a structure like this. And then you can see here how robust the foundations of this structure are. This is a post-war facility, which is really sort of a different animal than pre-war. We also were involved in the Yonkers power plant up on the Hudson River. Pre-war, a brick structure, very different robustness, or rather, much bigger challenges in structural integrity than we're seeing in this particular plant, which has quite a robust and intact structure with a lot of capacity. There is a ton of machinery, of course, that needs to be removed and rehabilitated. But that structure provides a framework that can help complement what's already in the region, and build upon the demand and the needs that are already there. So after a few years of really careful thinking about this, we have an initial phase build out of the plant, which includes essentially half of the square footage of the plant, the turbine hall, the administrative building, the pool deck and pavilion, with the boiler building, sort of the most complicated of the whole bunch and the largest of the bunch, being phased in as a future phase. But in the near term, concentrating first on the pool deck and pavilion. So we have a need for locker rooms, for food and beverage, bathrooms, and sort of a comfort station, which we've decided to locate at and actually wrapping around the stack itself to sort of act as a meeting point, and sort of make the stack into a real landmark in the park. The building has interior spaces, but is also sort of a three-dimensional outdoor plaza in itself, that brings people up on stairs and ramps to the level of the pool or to a rooftop overlook at its upper roof. Stairs wrapping around the stack itself. Diving platforms for the most adventurous at the top of the whole arrangement. The administrative building I mentioned earlier as focusing on restaurant and cafe use to support the park. And then the turbine hall, where, sort of removing the existing skin, replacing it with something that is providing transparency and natural light at the ground floor, preserving some of the key electrical equipment like the transformers, sort of playing on the symmetry of the building. It's rare that we do like a formal symmetrical type approach to a building, but this building really sort of asks for it, in terms of how it was originally laid out. Introducing sort of simple elements like stairs that double as assembly space. Creating flexible multi-use community spaces in the lower levels of the building, finding opportunities to preserve seawater pipes or portions of equipment so that these lower levels can act as sort of 365 days a year, informal exhibition space and educational space. And then stairs taking you up to the main event, what was a space for machines now becoming a space for people. And an event and community-oriented hall that can host events of larger scale. We have
Oh, I think we lost Jeremy. Well, we had a couple of questions, but we're going to have to probably hold until Jeremy gets back. So hold on to those questions. And I think because we are getting close to our time, let's just continue with the presentation by Aaron Vaden Humans and Lola Shepherd from Grimshaw Architects. Their presentation will be about English stations. So please go ahead.
Hi, Norma. Hello, everyone. It's really good to be here. I'm just setting up here. Let's see. I think you probably don't see the correct screen yet from me. Let's see. Norma, do you see my speaker notes or do you see?
No, we don't see anything yet.
Okay.
You gotta, yeah, click the share and open, or open your PowerPoint and then click share.
Let's see. Do you see? Let's see. No, you don't see it, or
We see your notes. Yeah.
you see my notes? Okay.
Well, right now we just see a great screen.
Okay, hold on.
Hi,
I'm very
everyone.
sorry.
Welcome back, Jeremy.
I am
Why don't
so
we-
sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. This happens.
Perfect timing.
But you know what? There is like two quick questions. So while Aaron figures this out, maybe you might want to answer that, Jeremy. And one was
Yes.
somebody says, I'm curious about the challenges of environmental/land use constraint from contamination and how cleanup phasing affects the rest of the park and the building reuse development.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say, Austin and Allison have been very, very public about the fact that remediation is a big part of the cost of a project like this. I would say it effectively replaces land costs and like the cost of building a new structure. You end up spending in remediation, fireproofing, and all those other things. Right? If you compare it to, let's say, I don't know, a cleaner piece of land and building a new structure ground up. So these are expensive projects, and I think that's really the big challenge here with replicating this. Right? We can't rely on philanthropy everywhere. I'm really, and in the U.S. we can't really rely on state funding so much. So I am really curious about models like the one that Nina referenced at Ravenswood, which is combining um, public access with revenue generating and power generating or at least power related uses on site and finding cross subsidizing models. Data centers, AI, all those things are increasing demand for power. So these are really sites where there are a lot of competing demands, and ideally there's a way to link all of them to find a way to make them happen.
Right. And one quick question, did the consultant team generate a historic structure report in the design process or any other document to assess, the significance of the remaining and original architectural materials at the plant?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's a number of existing conditions reports of various types. I can confirm and see what's public.
Mm-hmm. All right.
The McCords also, and the Island Corporation has an archivist who's been sort of, diligently cataloging everything about the building, but also the operations of the plants and all the documents and stuff. When we first visited the site 2.5 years ago, there were coffee cups and magazines, and it was really like the day after, right, where it was as if everybody just left one day and didn't come back. So.
I know. So interesting. Okay, so Aaron and Lola, are you guys ready? Thank you,
Yes.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Norma, looks good, right?
Yes, looks beautiful.
So I wanted to thank Norma, Nina, and Anstras for organizing. And, I wanted to share too that, this is an incredible opportunity to get together and talk about something which is for us still developing very much. And, what we're sharing today, I'm hoping gives us courage for still more collective action and a renewed sense of agency in shaping, preserving, and regenerating our built environment for community benefit in these challenging and unprecedented times. As introduced, I work with Grimshaw Architects. I lead sustainability in North America. We'll be presenting together with Lola, showing some initial work that we've been doing with Anstras, as well as a few quick case studies that we believe could help us to consider the future of English Station and other similar places. So we've, we know we have to create that world that we need and want. Thinking about need as sustainability and resilience and want as regenerative and that thriving future. So we know we have to create that world. And speaking specifically to your students, Norma, and others, I suspect that's why you're at school. That's why I was there back in 2000, and that's why I'm happy to come back today and speak about this. So, because we know that to create this world that we need and want, we have to do it together. And we have to build that world in such a way that's more equitable and acknowledges the very real and present boundaries of our planet, thinking of climate and biodiversity. We must also build this world with understanding that we're not as resilient as we need to be given accelerating, intensifying climate change impacts. And so much of what we will do in terms of building this world we need and want is going to come from elements and places and in collaboration with communities that are here. And English Station is one such place. So English Station has been vacant now for over 30 years. The monumental structure, it's visible from across the Mill River, directly adjacent to Fairhaven, a neighborhood with 2 elementary schools and one of the highest environmental burden scores in Connecticut. That proximity is not incidental. It's a central concern shaping what we'll present today, and a challenge that will be familiar to many of the communities around the US and beyond. We're going to share an unfolding story, one you're very much welcome to join and become part of. In terms of English Station and its place in our making the world we need and want, Anstra shared this incredible newspaper image from 1970 showing members of Black Panthers and the Environmental Offensive leading a pollution tour through Fairhaven. The English Station there in the background. English Station was at the time a coal and oil-fired facility actively generating power for the region. This tour took place during a pivotal year for American environmental movement, occurring just months before the very first Earth Day in April 1970. An Environmental Offensive was a grassroots organization that emerged from Science Action Group at Yale, led by Tony Dominski, a graduate of the Yale Forestry School. And the Black Panthers were early leaders in environmental justice work, both locally and nationally. This tour served as an early public indictment of environmental burdens placed on Fairhaven, a community that has borne the brunt of these impacts for decades. It's a powerful reminder that our work is ongoing. It shows that New Haven's Urban Design League current site tours are part of this 55-year tradition of bearing witness to the site. So, this is also part of the site's legacy, this legacy of activism. So, I keep thinking, let's do that justice as well. So my section will cover what English Station was and is, as well as introduce 3 core principles for a regenerative approach. Lola will take section 2, which will cover more of our initial efforts to support Anstras, including some key workshop outcomes and a few relevant case studies like Museo del Acero in Monterrey, Mexico, pictured here on the right. So English Station is a 1929 power plant located on New Haven's Ball Island that's been shuttered since 93. The plant was originally constructed by the New Haven Gaslight Company, which later became part of United Illuminating through mergers and acquisitions. It's important to note that English Station was originally built with an eye to beauty. Its style has been described as industrial Gothic. It reads as monumental, not merely utilitarian. It's probably one of the most prominent industrial buildings in New Haven, visible from the Q Bridge as you enter the city. It's been called a cathedral to electricity, a building designed with the civic ambition of a public institution. And since its closure in 93, the building's future has been subject to competing visions, but every path forward begins in the same place, a cleanup that's proven stubbornly difficult to execute. The site's been owned since 2001 by two private LLCs, which have changed corporate identities and partners over time. And these shifts have complicated negotiations on remediation standards and fines, leaving the site at a standstill for nearly a decade. A consent order was established in 2016, but cleanup has continued to be stalled due to regulatory reviews and legal battles involving many parties, including owners, United Illuminating, and the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. So you're getting a picture now of kind of what is going on. And one principal dispute is about whether or not 1 part per million decontamination standard is required, an interpretation that United Illuminating argues would force the total demolition of English Station. So, that's some of the history, right? And the context. And it's really important when we think about what the ongoing work looks like. But let's also take a look at the building as it is. And you're getting one view from the inside there. Let's look again at the outside. So some recent exterior images, note the Art Deco detailing and robust industrial shell. It's a 10-story, 110,000 square foot building. And here are some of the recent interior images, which reveal this robust steel and masonry framework. We think that these remarkable volumes in natural light suggest a building that is ready for a second life, providing the kind of civic scale that would be cost prohibitive to build from scratch today. And these images offer a striking contrast between complex mechanical viscera of the plant and the quiet monumental scale of the masonry shell. We think they illustrate the tension between the building's past function and its future potential. And finally, these images from the viscera into the heart of the station, the control interfaces, the massive structural bays that once managed the city's power, the tactile mechanical interfaces on the left, the gauges and coils are evocative reminders of the site's carbon-heavy past. We think they provide a powerful narrative backdrop for our transition towards a regenerative post-carbon future. So let's briefly zoom out as we pivot to ongoing and future transformation work. For decades, Fairhaven residents, the New Haven Urban Design League and Save the Sound have advocated for transparency and a comprehensive cleanup of both English Station and its Mill River Delta setting. When the coal and fuel oil fire English Station was in operation, pollution it generated was focused on Fairhaven environmental justice community. Fairhaven is a majority Latino low-income community, 67% Latino, 1/3 below poverty line. The neighborhood continues to be harmed by cleanup delays, now going on for a quarter century. Community activists have said they're looking for 3 things from United Illuminating: clean up the island to an acceptable level, clean up the river, create a legacy fund for the long-term impacts of this facility on Fairhaven neighborhood. So, working in partnership with the Fairhaven community and centering planning considerations on their interests informs our focus on plans that support jobs, job training, connection to the maritime economy, affordable housing, access to the water, and coastal resiliency. Stakeholder positions for English Station are evolving. The owners have historically held the land for private development, though they're now, faced with potential eminent domain taking and have been slow to engage in sale negotiations. A master plan commissioned several years ago by ownership proposed a mixed-use complex that preserved the 10-story plant. Conversely, the city's 2025 official proposal involves acquiring the site to create Mill River Park, a waterfront destination with public pools and trails, but without preserving the plant. Our current work involves the New Haven Urban Design League leading site tours and working with experts to interpret public data on remediation status. In collaboration with us, Grimshaw Architects, and Sherwood Engineers, the league have convened workshops to study the site's potential, and also now partnered with Yale School of Architecture for this symposium. So these visions are what we're navigating today. Our next steps, together with all stakeholders, is to build a compelling case for the site's future, one that is centered on the well-being and the aspirations of the Fairhaven community. And so in conversation with stakeholders, we've identified 3 core principles for a regenerative approach. One, we're advocating for a comprehensive urban design, an integrated whole systems approach to the planned public investments. So that's the new Grand Avenue Bridge, a flood wall at the adjacent United Illuminating substation, and the Green Coast Greenery connection. We want to see that comprehensively considered in one coherent plan for the entire Mill River District. Two, we're clearly advocating for the reuse of the building for cultural continuity, recognizing that this structure is too significant architecturally and historically to demolish. A city's identity isn't just in its people, but in its physical anchors that connect its past to the future. We see the reuse of English Station as an essential bridge between New Haven's industrial heritage and its commitments to social inclusion, climate action, and resilience. And finally, we're advocating for environmental performance beyond cleanup. Reuse is the most sustainable choice. The carbon locked into this structure, substantial, and demolition would contradict the city's climate commitments and urgency of the climate crisis itself. Beyond that, we're investigating whether the original water tunnels can serve as passive filtration system for the river, and given Fairhaven's acute heat vulnerability, exploring how the building's thermal mass could anchor a regional cooling center. So today we're pursuing grant funding to sustain site analysis and community outreach while ownership questions, including potential city acquisition, are resolved. That sets us up for Lola. Lola is going to discuss some recent workshop outcomes that we had in New York with Anstras and others, and then some of these global precedents that we think will be helpful and as we think about the next steps for English Station and our engagement with the community there.
Thanks,
Aaron. Are you seeing the presentation or the speaker note mode?
Now we've got
Sounds good.
Now it's good?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name's Lola Shepherd. I'm an associate at Grimshaw, New York, and a colleague of Aaron's. And this second part of the presentation basically shifts from documenting English Station as it exists today to asking what it could become. So last year, Grimshaw, along with Sherwood, New Haven Urban Design League, as well as two fellow Yale students, Millie Johnson and Charlotte Campbell, held a workshop using the English Station site as a testing ground for a broader question, being how can a decommissioned industrial site become a regenerative civic asset? And rather than starting with a fixed program, we began by framing a set of values and opportunities around connection, ecology, community, and long-term resilience. And that process helped us move from preservation as a static act of saving a building to preservation as an active project of repair, reuse, and reinvention. So from this multi-layered process emerged. We were interested, in English Station, not just as an isolated building, but as a connector between neighborhoods, between history and future use, and between environmental repair and community life. The outcomes of this workshop combine several ambitions: a bridge between neighborhoods, a new working connection to New Haven's maritime economy and jobs, access to the waterfront, a resilient urban ecology hub, a creative and experimental zone, and a civic commons for environmental justice. And what ties those together is the idea that this site could become a model for post-industrial regeneration, one that acknowledges the past, but is fundamentally oriented toward public benefit, job creation, learning, social connections, recreation, and ecological restoration. And so to test that vision, we looked at precedents that each offered a different lesson. Beloit College Powerhouse shows how industrial infrastructure can be reimagined around wellness and student life. The Mill 19 demonstrates how a former heavy industrial site can support research, education, and making. Others less about reuse of building and more about urban connection, how infrastructure can stitch fragmented places back together. Brooklyn Powerhouse speaks to employment, fabrication, and cultural production on a remediated site. And South Bank Park and Hunters Point's South Wetlands show how ecological restoration and public access can also transform former industrial edges. So together, these precedents helped us to start thinking about English Station as part building reuse, part landscape project, and part civic infrastructure. So English Station feels physically sort of cut off. It's on an island. So the first opportunity we identified was connection. One of the most important moves is to reconnect the site to surrounding neighborhoods and the waterfront, making it publicly accessible and legible as part of the city again. And by linking into the wider Mill River development plans, that could mean new trail connections, cycle routes, a boardwalk, or even a pedestrian bridge connecting across to English Station. And this to us is much more about circulation. It's about potential to transform an isolated industrial island into part of the civic fabric. And as Daniel Campo said in his earlier presentation, in many ways, access is the first act of reuse. The second opportunity that was an outcome of our workshop is ecological restoration. Given the environmental history of a site like this, reuse cannot stop at architectural preservation alone. It has to include remediation, habitat creation, stormwater management, and new relationships with the river. So here the site begins to act as a living demonstration project, showing how post-industrial land can support biodiversity and climate adaptation. In that sense, restoration is not separate from reuse. It is one of the core programs of reuse. And the third opportunity is the site's potential to act as a community catalyst. The scale and character of the existing interiors suggests possibilities for workshops, educational spaces, training, gathering, and cultural programming. And what is compelling here is that the building's industrial scale is not treated as a problem to overcome, it becomes the asset. Those large volumes can support uses that are flexible, communal, and public facing. So the project becomes not just about saving a landmark, but about creating a platform for local participation, skills building, and shared ownership. So now I'd like to share with you some Grimshaw project examples that can show how industrial sites can successfully transform into thriving civic assets through the right analysis, studies, coalition building, and integrated design approach. And this is Museo del Acero. We included this project because it demonstrates how industrial heritage can be retained very powerfully while also being made public, accessible, and culturally relevant again. Rather than erasing the furnace, the project works with it as the central identity of the museum. It shows that these monumental industrial structures can carry memory forward while supporting completely new forms of civic use. And in this case, Grimshaw adapted and restored a derelict 1960s blast furnace on a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Monterey. What had once been the center of steel production for the region was transformed into a museum and landmark destination. And I think the key lesson for English Station is that adaptive reuse can work at multiple levels at once, preserving the symbolic power of the industrial structure, inserting new habitable spaces, and repositioning a former site of extraction as a place of public education and community identity. It's a strong example of how reuse can restore not just a building, but a sense of collective ownership and pride. And this is another image of Museo, and I think the image speaks for itself here, but what's striking is the balance between preservation and insertion. The project doesn't sanitize the industrial character, but it also doesn't leave it frozen in time. It demonstrates a a confident approach where new interventions make the site usable and welcoming while the original structure remains legible. And I would say another important takeaway from this precedent is that reuse can be experiential. Projects like this allow people to move through former industrial environments in a new way, not as workers in a closed system, but as visitors and learners and participants. And that shift in access is incredibly important when we think about environmental justice and public benefit. And if I had to distill this Museo project into one point, it would be that monumental industrial structures do not need to be treated as liabilities. And with the right strategy, they can really become anchors for culture, education, and identity. And then one more case study of Grimshaw's is the Herman Miller factory in Bath, the UK. And this is another case study of ours, which offers a different but equally valuable lesson for post-industrial adaptive reuse. And the key idea here is flexibility. So the original design already anticipated change over time, but even imagining that the building might one day transition to office use with storage and warehouse functions relocated elsewhere. And that kind of foresight feels especially relevant to adaptive reuse because buildings that endure are often the ones designed with enough generosity and adaptability to support uses beyond their original purpose. This one was clearly conceived in that spirit. Its simple beam and column structure creates a large open interior with very few obstructions, making it easy to accommodate different functions over time. Energy performance was also embedded in the design through the compact form and high roof insulation, helping to keep running costs low. The envelope was designed to be demountable, so panels could be reconfigured to introduce more daylight or create offices, break areas, or other specialist spaces as needs changed. Even the services were planned for flexibility with utilities arranged so the floor layout and machinery could be adapted without major disruption. And for English Station, I guess that is a useful lesson that the opportunity is not just to imagine a single new use, but to create a framework that can continue evolving over decades. And the same building, but in 2015, the same year that this structure was awarded Grade 2 listed status, Herman Miller vacated the building to move into a single consolidated manufacturing and distribution building. And Grimshaw then worked with Bath Spa University with the building set to become the new home for their School of Art and Design. And then I'll hand over to Aaron to talk about our final case study as an intro to the next speaker as well.
Yeah, these are the last two slides, and we just wanted to include them because we've been thinking about adaptive use of power plants also with our friends at Centro Bahia, who will be speaking just a little bit later, where we've been helping think about a thermoelectric plant there. So like English Station, this work is about responding to a project before there's a brief. So this kind of generative work, the way to surface what is the potential for this place, especially given it's socially, economically, and environmentally fraught. So, and then the next slide, you can see that part of this effort has been running a charrette where we started to think about these questions about what this could be. These are a couple of the images, and what we focused on was how could this be phased, right? Daniel spoke about that, starting with really low cost but high impact interventions that could catalyze a culture-led regenerative approach, specifically trying to build up the community around it, which in this case is this Afro-Cuban community in Regla across from Old Havana. So Felipe, I believe, will be able to speak about this, or Jasper, and they'll share more, but we were asked to think about how this approach could serve as a scalable model for inclusive community-centered development across the region. And then the next slide, the last one, these are just a few more images of the same charrette that we ran at our New York studio, But we also shared these with some students, and Daniel and I were there in Havana a year ago, basically, to meet with students and who were themselves creating plans and working with stakeholders. And so this kind of charrette helped kind of get them in a headspace, which was an incredible collaboration. But so what is this? So by reinventing these sites, right, these so-called industrial giants, we're doing more than preserving buildings of value and saving carbon. We're turning toxic places of historic injustice and that are also symbols of extraction into community anchors of resilience and regeneration. And that this work can be finally done in such a way that it centers the people who have lived adjacent to them, often for generations. So kind of returning to the theme, how we started this conversation, let's create this world that we need and want together. That's it. Thanks. Back to you, Norma.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you, Lola. That was great. And I'm really, really glad that you presented the Horno Tres in Monterrey, the Museo del Acero, because I think that's an absolutely fabulous example. And I'm glad that you gave an introduction about the Termoeléctrica in Regla, that Felipe is going to be talking about it in a little bit. We have one question, but well, actually, it's just thanking for the presentation. So I don't see any questions right now. So we can continue to the next presenter, which would be our next panel, which is the reinventing industrial sites, the more global perspectives. So the next speaker will be Marco Ortiz from Rafael Vignoli Architects, and he will be talking about the Battersea Power Station project in London. So Marco, please go ahead.
Thank you, Norma. Let me go through the harrowing process of sharing my screen. Can you see this?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, super. Well, thanks again, Norma, for inviting us to share this very long-term experience as master planners for a very, very special post-industrial site, the Battersea Power Station, which was an involvement that transcended, planning cycles and ownerships, and many of you will have been to London, and it's one of the most endearing sites and iconic elements of the London skyline. And it has been and still is an honor to continue to participate in these efforts. So Battersea Power Station, the 20th century icon in London, which was designed by Gilbert Scott, with who was brought in actually into the process by industrial engineers who had originally designed this, and in a truly wonderful Victorian spirit, he was brought in to actually bring in life to the design of this very, very key asset for the development of London, sitting at the south bank of the River Thames. So this is its iconic presence, which continues to grace the city. In this particular case, with the smoke plumes, which used to guide both the Royal Air Force and the Luftwaffe when they were in the hard times of the Second World War here in the UK. And for a bit of historic context and reference, the power station was built into stages, in two phases. One between entre deux guerres, in between the two wars, as a coal powered power station, which in this case you see Battersea A, which has two chimneys flanking the first half of the boiler room with the now very famous turbine hall A that I'll show you at length, and then obviously the coal storage facilities. You can see the enormity of this building. I think looking at the presentations from the colleagues in this seminar, one thing that has really staggered me and that has been observed is the actual sheer scale of these assets of these buildings, and the fact that what you see here is a 100-meter tall structure. The shoulders of the actual structure are effectively constitute the largest brick structure in Europe, and the the prospect of building anything in there or around there is already a very complicated architectural equation. That one that we about 20 years ago we started the our journey into exploring. As you can see here, the workers manually putting together these incredibly large scale and complex machines, and particularly you can see how the chimneys were actually poured by hand in a monumental, absolutely monumental scales. These are truly 20th century cathedrals, these industrial assets. Then obviously after the war, actually the effort started during the war to build the Battersea B, but it was ultimately delivered after the war. You can see that the other four chimneys, and in 1975 the decommissioning process began of the power station. Power station A on the left-hand side, and B in 1983 on the right-hand side. In 1986, a property developer and owner of Alton Towers, which is the Six Flags equivalent of the UK, decided to acquire the power station and transform it into a leisure destination, an amusement park, internal amusement park that would be housed inside the boiler room and the turbine halls principally, and with creating a large engagement with a river, with a marina there, and as you can see, like a multi-story kind of fun fair. The sad aspect of what happened with this brief period of ownership is that the power station had not yet been listed, and the almost fatal, if I can be dramatic, demolition of the roof, the western wall of the boiler room, and part of the structural integrity of the actual building were severely affected. I think this image shows you very well. This is the way the Broom project left the power station, which this is a good image to show you the actual setting of it. It is a site that is very central to London, fronting Chelsea on this side. However, remaining very isolated. It has the rail tracks leading to Victoria Station. Whenever you leave Victoria Station, you have these beautiful view of the actual power station, the river flanking the other side, and a pretty extensive industrial area also flanking the eastern side of the site. So very much an isolated wasteland, we can call it, that we encountered when we arrived. As you can see, the going back to the sheer scale of the actual historic building, but the sheer scale of the effort to find a way to integrate this into uh, uh, a vision that could both rescue this beautiful building, but also reposition it, repurpose it as a financially feasible development opportunity. You can see the sheer size of these 50-meter tall steel reinforced brickwork walls, and the sheer height of the of the boiler room. You've got to think that the boiler room with Battersea A and B together uh, generated enough waste heat, sorry, that there was a district heating system which was quite visionary for its time, was already catering for the entire Pimlico area neighboring the power station when it was operating. You could see the scale of the actual boiler room. You can imagine the size of these machines. Obviously, how we found the site, this is how we found it. Had, everything very much stripped to the core after the failed attempt to turn it into a amusement park. Thankfully, those efforts uh, damaged less the both turbine hulls, which are incredible, as really, really, truly unique examples of kind of industrial Art Deco. In this case, this is turbine hull A, which dates to the 20s, and the control room from turbine hull A, which we uh, we advocated for it to be part of an energy museum that mission, which was sabotaged by the will to turn this into a dining room. So if you go to the power station today, you can have dinner and drinks right here. It's beautifully restored, though, I've got to say. This is the control room of more 50s of the of Battersea B of the other side, which connects to the corresponding turbine hull B. The important to continue listing the historic assets that we found here, the coal cranes that would take the loads coming from the river and then transpose them into rail enabled ingress routes into the coal storage and the boilers and the turbine hall, etc. And obviously, by virtue of staying in this state of decay for 30 years since its decommission, the an asset of such importance was rescued somehow in popular culture. This is, I'm sure, some of us of the older guard over here will recognize this as the cover album for Animals, with Flying Pig over here, which detached and ended up somewhere in the beaches of Kent, which I always find a great story. Obviously, in movies such as Dark Knight or one of my favorites, which is the dystopian Children of Men, which interestingly enough depicts the top of the power station as the house of these oligarch ruling the country ruling the UK in a dystopian future. with the chimneys of the power stations standing next to a dining room as kind of these colossal Greek pillars, which in an interesting way are not dissimilar to the perception of the actual chimneys in some of the expensive penthouses on top of the power station today. Um, so so this is the state in 2007. Um, to talk to you a little bit about ownership, Parkley International, a Hong Kong group, acquired this in 1997, and for a good 7 years, tried to engage with the local authority. Planning process in the UK is a very, very comprehensive process of public consultation, which are binding agreements that any private development party enters into with a local community. It's a process that's very strictly controlled by English Heritage, by the actual body that protects these historic assets. And these plans never got fully supported. Um, it was kind of called. I remember arriving in London when these proposals were being developed, and it was dubbed as a museum of architecture or museum of ego in a way, and not necessarily complementing the power station. So we were invited in 2007 to a competition, along with, from memory, I'm not going to say the names, but we beat some pretty important local names. And the competition was launched by Treasury Holdings, an Irish group who acquired the power station. Their main objectives were to achieve Wandsworth Council's support, which had not been there for 30 years. It was the will to establish a new approach and a departure from previous master planning, and the development of a truly integrated mixed-use district in this 42-acre site that was heavily centered in the repositioning of the historic listed power station. Our schemes, instead of arriving with a single project that could be selected as the way forward, we decided to bring four entire site models with four proposals of how to approach initially the site. So the ideas originally were an Olympic village, given that London was already chosen to host the 2012 Olympics, which would be a kind of low-rise but higher density residential development, quite tight against the power station blocks. What we call residences in the park, which was a high-rise, a 300-meter tower on the southeast corner of the site, which released much of the land around the power station as a park. Some more, some stronger approaches to the site, which were meant to provoke a reaction and an engagement rather than propose what will ultimately be there, which is a conference and exhibition center. So transforming the actual asset into a conference center. By this point, we had designed some of the largest conference centers in the world, convention centers, and this could be suitable, provided you would be able to build some higher towers around it to release the space for around the power station. And then what we called museum towers, which would be a kind of alternative, a residential proposal. So we won the competition on the basis of being a partner to Treasury Holdings to embark on a 2 to 3 year long process of unlocking the actual solution that would be ultimately supported by the local authority, by the local communities, and that would also and principally fulfill the objectives of the property development, the international property developer looking at this site. So we had two angles to begin with. One was a conservation piece, and the other one was the real estate, the kind of the development piece. In terms of the conservation, it was very, very clear to us that Giles Gilbert Scott's original vision would need to be preserved and would need to really anchor anything that would be done in the site, that its structural repair and the reinstatement of its authenticity and its symbolism to London would need to be invested in. A strategy of adaptive reuse and an honest intervention, something that would not seek to bring it back into into its original purity, but rather show the traces of time and the accidental interventions that other developers had, how the other developers had affected the historic asset. So there's some shots of Raphael walking around the site. As you can see, the state is what I've shown you before. This was the entrance to a turbine hall A, which was sadly, very, very damaged in many instances. A very, very, very impressive, very, very exciting aspect or a view of this colossal monumental structure and the huge realization of the weight of responsibility to affect and transform this asset. So we spent 2-3 years drawing up several options. This one, in terms of the conservation approach, and we always saw through video and animation an opportunity to visualize and to engage with the possibility of affecting these spaces, in this case, turbine hall A, and rescue the Art Deco facades, the roof structure, and create these suspended walkways that would animate a public program, which could be private but also a community engagement program. On the development piece, we developed a structure that was called, in this original stage, which was called the Ecodome, which sought to restore the power station, but create a quarter, a new development complex that would be covered by an ETFE dome, with a chimney that would induce ventilation and would create an opportunity to develop north of 4 million square feet of commercial office and residential development without any air conditioning, and reducing the asset's energy demand by 60%. So the most ecological building in Europe would have been this one. It would have also hit the targets of job creation and development in terms of units. And this was it. It was a 300-meter tower besides the power station with this dome, this envelope that would induce these through air pressure, these thermal results and these energy efficiencies. But these raise London is a very conservative city and environment where we always felt this was a bridge too far in terms of the actual presence of a very high density development. Although we saw an opportunity through doing this to unlock a lot of the space around the actual power station, and the initial ideas of the circus around the power station, releasing the space that you would need to build anything besides a 50-meter tall brick wall, let alone apartments where people would live, started being generated along with a 6-acre river park and the activation of the historic jetty. So this public consultation led to inform our proposals, which ultimately got consented. Ultimately, the restoration was a centerpiece of the project. The delivery of 8 million square feet of mixed use for 3,200 homes, new homes, and 20,000 jobs generated, which the local community insisted at least 20% of these would need to come from local residents that would need to be trained and that would need to have direct access to these job opportunities. The creation of a zero carbon environment through district heating plant that would, in a way, repurpose this power station into a power generating facility for the new district. And the wider effect of this development as a catalyst for a much broader development of the 9 Elms corridor that I'll show you in a moment. Obviously, the integration of this isolated site to the public transport network, which required a 200 million pound investment in the extension of the Northern Line to create a station that would arrive here and that would make of this development not just a real estate opportunity, but a new district for London. Original sketches and the original conception of this aura around the power station. With time and in another occasion, I will share with you the actual moment when these long terraces of this exact proportion were noticed in London by our team, and it was a bit of an eureka moment to understand how you can actually place 3,200 residential units around this 50-meter tall brick monumental structure, and how you could connect the southeast part of the site to the local neighborhoods and the local community in an effective and compelling and approachable way. So these were the plans that were approved. Quite high density opening around this aura around the power station. No towers, no high rise around it, and a connection to the new Northern Line station here on the south of the plot on the bottom tip, and the creation of these eye-like blocks with inner gardens, providing a double aspect opportunity for all residential units, and creating these not unaxial but rather sinuous boulevards that would link the local neighborhood into the actual power station, turning this into the destination that we felt was where the opportunity lied. So what ends up being called Electric Boulevard is this one that links the tube station to the power station. And you can see here an aspect of the master plan that was finally achieved 40 years after the power station was decommissioned. And one that turned the power station into a very, very interesting combination of uses for its redevelopment. The 6-acre park in front of the power station towards the river, towards the Thames. The restoration and the repositioning of the turbine halls, the historic turbine halls, as an attractor for 100 to 120 retail units and restaurants, and these sinuous long block approach to flanking the power station and the punctuation and of these 50-meter tall brick windows that would generate the opportunity to live inside the power station and to live around the power station as well. As you can see here, the power station on the right-hand side was a very, very critical area for Wandsworth, for the local authority, as it ties up Vauxhall Station on the left, the new American Embassy over here, and a very extensive line of development, of residential development that that currently absolutely benefits from the power station. And I'll share with you some of the quantitative indicators of the results of these regeneration project. The sustainable plan as well. I was
Marco?
explaining. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are over time, so if you could wrap up.
I'll accelerate, of course.
Sure,
Sorry
sure.
about that. So very ambitious sustainability aspect to this. The site changed ownerships, and we had to reestablish how to phase the delivery and the execution of the site. Different architects were brought in to deliver the different elements that were going to be built around the power station. The power station itself, for 254 homes and the hundreds of shops that I mentioned, Apple's European headquarters inside, and some signature architects animating what these sinuous boulevards that I was referring to that lead to the power station. We actually developed the last asset of the power station, which is a very interesting post-industrial exercise of understanding a waste transfer station with a residential building atop, and the handling of pollution and odor that this facility entailed. And to end with some of the results, currently 2,500 residents have moved into the Battersea Power Station. The public realm, if you ever visit, you'll see it is 12 months a year. It is a very popular destination by virtue of turning half of the site into public realm, into landscape public realm around the power station. It's creating a huge amount of value. What was acquired for 100 million has turned into a 9 billion gross development value district, with some of the highest premiums of new developments in London, and a world-class destination that we're very proud about, that has attracted, since its opening in 2022, 40 million visitors to these dates, some of the highest footfall figures that you see in London today. So the power station transformed. The chimneys were rebuilt as we specified in the original technique that the Victorian technology would afford you. The turbine hall A as a retail attraction, and the green roofs over the power station, the vistas through these boulevards of framing the views of the chimneys, the tube station, the Battersea Power Station tube station, which is connected to the rest of the development via these sinuous electric boulevard, and ultimately a project where the master plan that we're most proud about.
Thank you so much, Marco. I don't see any questions pending, and because we're really over time, I would like to
Apologies.
start with the next presenter, which would be Douglas Farr. He's the principal of Farr Associates, Architects and Urban Design from Chicago, and he will be telling us about the Sears power plant. So Doug, the floor is yours. Doug, remember to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Let's see. Can you see the slides the way we want to see them?
We see them as a presenter's view because we
Okay,
see all the little slides at the bottom.
let me do that again. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, let's try that one. How about that?
Beautiful.
Better. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. It's been fascinating to watch the other projects. Ours, by comparison, is small and of short duration, but has a rich and long history. So I'm going to start my Oscar acceptance speech with the thank yous and the facts. So in this case, the original architect of the building I'm going to talk about, Nimmons and Fellows, 1906, declared a national landmark in 78. Our client was the Home and Arlington Foundation. We're FAR Associates. You'll hear about us. 90,000 square feet, 2009, $40 million, and LEED Platinum. And so this sets up the combination of historic and platinum. And so the challenge ensued. And then I just want these names to be known. Kristen Dean, John Nichols, Jonathan Boyer, Rose Grayson, Charles Anderson, and Pepper Construction, all of whom played a key role. You'll hear, I think, about all of them. So the story starts with Sears, which is a really proud Chicago institution, or I should say was. It was founded in the 1890s. It became the world's largest retailer, its largest mail order catalog. It was the Amazon of its day. And it was headquartered, and really everything happened in this complex on the near west side of Chicago. Built in 1906. It operated through the 70s and actually into the 90s. And you can see it was 3,600,000 square feet, ran something like 8 city blocks, 8 stories tall. And then I'm pointing the arrow at the power plant smokestack so that you can kind of tell where we are. So this was the world headquarters where the catalogs were printed. The train cars pulled in to deliver the goods. It was kind of an Amazon fulfillment center, but one for the whole country. So it was busy, employed many, many people. Famously, Sears abandoned that complex and built the Sears Tower, which was for almost 25 years the world's tallest building. So it went from arguably the world's longest building to the world's tallest building. And that was a willful decision on the part of the corporate leaders to say we are the largest retailer in the country, I think in the world, but I can't say that. And we should have a landmark that reflects that. So, and part of, so this changed the composition of the workers because it moved from a neighborhood to downtown. So it happened to be sort of between 2 train stations. So it'll set up a lot more job opportunities for a more diverse, worker population. So, and then I think foolishly, in 2002, Sears made, I think, the dumbest move it could have, which is moved from the Sears Tower out to a sprawling complex out in the northwest suburbs, like 35 miles from the Loop. And they did this for the convenience of the executives who lived 3 miles away. So the executives didn't have to commute. So, and the premise here was that Sears needed a new start, it needed new thinking, and it was going to get it by being on a purpose-built greenfield surrounded by parking decks in the middle of nowhere. So the sort of subtext also was that Sears wanted to shed its increasingly diverse employees, and by moving out to the fairly homogeneous Caucasian northwest suburbs, they could shed their staff without having to fire anybody. So here we start the project. This is the complex from the air, and you can, again, the arrow will point to the smokestack, so you can figure out where the power plant is. Other things to point out if my cursor is visible, there was a sort of 8-track train track that slid in on the south side of the complex, and you can see it goes all the way from there down to here. So it's an immense project. Sears abandoned the site in 1993. And in 1994, as you can see on the image on the right-hand side, they tore down those 8 blocks of massive buildings, the kind of the industrial part of the complex, if you will. They retained the tower, and they tore the rest of the building that attached to the tower down, and they kept an administrative building, the powerhouse, and one other third building. So their idea of urban renewal was to absolutely raise everything. They declared the buildings obsolete, too big to be reused, etc. And so in 1995, the Home and Arthington Foundation took over control of the site, partially funded by Sears to do so. Our story starts closer to 2005 when the Home and Arthington Foundation had the idea to create a charter high school here, which would have an emphasis on STEM training, technology, and so on. And they partnered with the Henry Ford Learning Academy, which is in Dearborn, Michigan, adjacent to Greenfield Village. For those of you who have never visited, it's not the topic I'm talking about today, but Henry Ford Museum is sort of a mini Smithsonian for the Midwest. And so the school is embedded in the museum, and so all the kind of locomotives and steam engines and all the first planes and things like that are there for students to sort of study and absorb the technology. So they wanted to do that here. So this slide sort of describes both the joy and pain that I'm about to describe to you, which is taking a power plant, particularly an urban district power plant, into converting it into a high school is not for the faint of heart. So to orient you again, here is this cleared complex. After some parts of the neighborhood have been redeveloped, these townhomes and so on were already built in the 90s and early 2000s when we were selected in 2005 to the narrow task of designing the high school. So here's kind of what it looked like. It's a tall two-story building with a tall smokestack, which had been shortened once for safety, and we shortened it a second time. On the right-hand side here, you can see sort of the soil at grade. This is a construction photo, but that's where the 8 train tracks were. That superstructure you can see with the black steel is where the coal cars would pull in. There's a whole apparatus and conveyor belt system that would bring the coal from under the car to the top of the building to deposit it in coal chutes. And then I'll show you the rest of it in a minute. I wanted a few slides to just capture the vibe. I can't tell you how cool this building was. When Sears left in the 90s, they just exited the building. So there's a 150-foot long workbench in the basement. If you can imagine this, whoever worked there just left their tools on the table. They had bolts to replace every bolt in the Sears complex, organized by row. It was the most, if you like tools, like it was the best place. Same with all the pipes and fittings and so on. No one had sold a pound of metal for scrap. It was just all there and intact. It felt like Blade Runner 1982. It had that kind of noir vibe, incredible. And everyone was inspired by it and said, oh my gosh, can we make a school here and retain this feel and this stuff? And that was really kind of how the idea for STEM training came to be. So, we were just loved being able to crawl around these places with hard hats on and just sort of, smell it, be part of this incredible thing. So here's the kind of rivets of steel, just amazing. If you can't tell, I just love it. This was the most kind of complex mechanical piece in the building, and it's probably true of other of the power plants. There was a conveyor belt that went underneath the belly of the coal cars, up the side, and then across the top, and carried the coal from the lowest point of the building to the top port. And we really wanted to retain this conveyor belt. It is said about the complex, we interviewed some oldsters from the neighborhood, that when this thing was running, the ground shook. Because this is, it's a, I don't know, 900-foot long conveyor belt, each piece of which probably weighs a ton. I mean, it was just the incredible energy to move it and lift all that coal. And then when the turbines got spinning, same deal. Here's the underside of the coal chutes that would drop the coal into the boilers. Here's the main room in our project, the turbine room. It was on the north side of the building. It was had no insulation because it didn't need it. This room ran incredibly hot. The wall is covered with a brick called Tiffany brick, no relation to Tiffany glass. It was I think a clever business move to name your company Tiffany. But it was a beautiful glazed brick, and it was specified as part of the National Register designation that we could not touch it. So We also had committed to pursuing and achieving LEED Platinum certification. So we'll come back to that. But insulating a room where you couldn't alter neither the outside or the inside became a real challenge. Here's what the room looked like again as we took over. The big wheeled turbines had been replaced with much more compact air conditioning system. So they're just reusing the big room as a mechanical room, and the heat aspects of it didn't matter. Now here's a photograph of the turbines in place, and I juxtaposed it with a plan of the basement floor, the floor plan of the basement. And I point out to you how the big poche here, the big sort of black heavy things, all these turbines had to sit on solid concrete that went down one floor to bedrock, and then massive continuous foundations that tied them all together. And again, the stories from the neighborhood, when the turbines would start, the ground would shake. So this is incredibly sort of heavy, dense, construction. We're not going to demo any of this poche here. We just had to work around it. And you'd think it's a big building, 90,000 square feet. You can fit a high school in it. But we ended up kind of having to work hard and find creative ways to reuse spaces that didn't seem like academic spaces. So here we go, the Shaw Technology and Learning Center. This is the happy outcome. It was a beautiful facility. It opened in 2009. Here's what the turbine room became. We left some artifacts and exhibits in place, used a paintbrush with bright colors to draw accents to them. You can see the elevator shaft there in yellow was an insertion. So we tried to use color to delineate those things which were new and sometimes to highlight those things which were antique or historic. You can see again, the unglazed walls with the, fairly generous arched windows and gantry crane, which we had fixed in place. Here's a view from sort of the long view of the turbine hall. Here's a detail of that air conditioning unit and the bolts and the metal, just incredibly, heavy to the touch, massive, unlike anything the students had ever seen. We replaced skylighting with cow wall on the upper reaches, and this was a really delightful daylit space. Moving down to the basement, as I said, we tried to leave as much of the historic machinery as we could. So here's pipes, just we unbolted the segments that we had to cause, create a hallway or a passage past them, but otherwise just painted them up and there they sit. This was one of my favorite ones, the use of baby blue or robin's egg blue in the basement to paint and make habitable these massive, massive, massive concrete piers underneath the turbines. The reuse of a pipe that was kind of a problem when it's sitting on the floor, but worked to be above your desk when it was hugging the ceiling. Again, colors used to delineate and kind of add interest to those massive piers in the basement. And here you see part of that conveyor belt that, as I said, was at the lower level of the building, then went up top. And here it is, the conveyor belt as it was turning from a horizontal position and the wheel that turned it to be vertical. We encased it in glass so no one would cut themselves, but we didn't clean it up really at all. Here's the view to the base of the chimney, which we made an entry point. Here's the kind of upper level of the chimney, which is semi-occupiable even as a ruin. We were kind of committed to the idea of leaving things messy as we found them because they were so authentic and beautiful. So there you go. So here's the school from the outside. And now I'm going to tell you the challenges. So challenge number one was 3 sides of access. So this, if you can see here, the polygon is the power plant itself, and it had a little kind of appurtenance there. And the poche of these sort of hatched buildings here and here show how close the adjacent buildings were. Even though it was a power plant, Sears didn't really consider it any kind of hazard or danger of any sort. It didn't set buildings back from it at all as a kind of safety concern. In fact, it over time built buildings that attached the power plant to the two adjacent buildings. This is a challenge because when the assignment was make it a school, we hadn't really, no one had done any kind of fire access analysis. So here's the view of that sort of northern side of the building. And you can see there are 1 and sometimes 1.5 story buildings that additions that attach it to the adjacent building. So this side was cut off from us. We had a public street. We convinced the fire marshal that a fire vehicle, emergency vehicle, could get to at least the northeast corner here. That was our second line of attack. And then we ended up having to invest money to upgrade this former rail ramp to allow access to the elevated embankment to provide our third point of access for emergency vehicles. So that was expensive, and we didn't know that going in. The second one is 2 exits per classroom. So this is not a code requirement, but the fire marshal has, essentially is because the fire marshal has authority, and they just weren't liking this power plant as a high school. They didn't. And so they came up with things to make it more safe, one of which was every classroom had to have direct exit access. And so this plan here, if you can see the light green are the classrooms held to the south side, and with it, the walkways that we had to create and sort of slot into that sort of south-facing steel lattice work. So this is what it looked like before. This is, as I say, coverage over the coal cars, the rail cars that would come in. And so when it was done, we sort of fortified it and added a whole series of walkways and switchback stairs that became essentially belts and suspenders and I don't know, something else, a third layer of support. So here's that walkway slid into that slot to get each classroom its second means of egress. Third thing we didn't know, and this is I'd be curious if this came up in any of the other case studies. As I said, the turbine room on the left was operated for 50 years. What we saw when we took over the building was the air conditioning equipment on the right. Turns out the turbines, the steel lattice of the roof ceiling structure was invisibly degraded because the turbine room also emitted various gases that had, byproducts of combustion that had a chemical effect that weakened the strength of the steel structure of the ceiling. So I don't know if that's come up today, but I'd love in the Q&A if it did to swap some notes. But our engineer had checked the dimensions and the strength and the rated, kind of bearing capacity of that roof structure did not account for the fact that a chemical change had happened because of the exhaust gases related to the turbine. So that was a change order to add some stiffeners. And then fourth, as I mentioned, insulating the turbine room, historic landmarked exterior wall and interior wall, and fairly generous expanses of glass. In terms of achieving LEED Platinum, this was a building we were always going to struggle to score a lot of points in the energy category just because of all the thermal bridging. So what we ended up doing was, this is a construction photo, but we ended up installing storm windows inboard of all of the arch windows that you see there. They had to be wire glass because of the short distance to the next building. So that was a kind of code thing. And in the end, it became a real problem because the storms had to be removed for cleaning. We didn't think there'd be much cleaning needed. It turned out the area was kind of dirty. And so that was another kind of, would have done that better the next time. So anyway, those are my stories about the challenges of converting it. And I'll just say, I think this is, my last slide before the thank you. So hopefully make up some time. What was great about it was we saw an asset. There was delightful spatial and technological things and an unmatched kind of aura and vibe to the inside. And I think we kept some of that. It got cleaned up a lot. It's not dirty and dangerous in the way that it was when we walked through it. But anyway, that's how it turned out. And then sad story, the school closed. The Shaw Technology and Learning Center closed a few years ago. There we go. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doug. That was a great presentation. So what's the building being used as?
It's available. What would you like to use it for, Norma?
Okay. I don't know. Let me think about that.
Raves, I would say it lends itself to a good party.
I know, very colorful already. So I'm gonna open, I think, well, you were very, very prompt, so we have a couple of minutes for questions. If anybody, we don't see any from the public, but maybe somebody from the panel would like to either ask a question or answer your question about the corrosion in the metals. Anybody had that issue?
Yeah, I
Anyway.
just want to jump in and say I really appreciated your presentation, Doug. And just like in the end, it comes down to how do you actually do this and how expensive is it and how difficult is it? And the answer is it's pretty expensive and it's pretty difficult normally. I think it has something to do with like the vintage of the facility that you're dealing with. When did you say yours was built?
1906.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you were here during my presentation, but the Manresa power station was built in the 50s. It's post-war. So it's steel frame, concrete foundations. We have those super robust turbine foundations that are freestanding and they go all the way down to the ground through 3 levels, like you do. The turbines that we had have housings on them, which
Okay.
I imagine, and quite a lot of insulation and asbestos and nasty stuff, but I imagine that those hoods kept some of the whatever pollutants out of the rest of the facility. So we haven't come across that issue ourselves yet. I expect we may not. I think our steel will be in better shape probably than pre-war plants. But I think like I was saying before, just in terms of costs, like in land costs, right? I think the cost of remediating land starts to be wrapped up in the cost of the land, so that it's that maybe the cost of the land is a bit reduced, but there's a big burden to clean it up that can be passed on. And then in terms of structure, for an industrial use, the fireproofing needs were not nearly what they are for the occupancies that we have now. So, you end up spending a fair amount of your budget not building new structure, but simply fireproofing existing structure. And if you want to fireproof existing structure in a way that keeps it visible, then you need to go for intumescent paint, which is much more expensive than spray concrete. And yeah, so I think that's just one of the barriers to entry, and one of the challenges in like expanding this vision over the thousands of industrial properties that exist.
Yeah, I would just add, thank you for those observations. I would just say the kind of radical change of use from a 1906 power plant, which honestly was built almost without codes because it was Sears and they were their own boss. And I mean, could you imagine today being permitted to build a power plant with potentially explosive turbines 18 feet from the administration building, right? That was it. So it was kind of a lawless building in a way. And then to have to put it through the scrutiny of the city of Chicago, fire marshals, my advice, don't work in a city that once burned down because even 100 years later, people are acting like it just happened. And everyone defers, particularly elected officials, defer to our fire marshals because of the 1871 Chicago fire that was 55 years ago. So anyway, we had to satisfy the fire marshals, and it's like, you're kidding me. Oh my God, 2 exits for everybody. You're kidding me. Like it's a concrete building. You're kidding me. Like so, but we had to do that. And to your point, I would just say, that radical change from power plant to high school, the contingency should have been bigger in hindsight. So if anybody's doing that, call me.
Thank you, Doug. I think you have proven that dealing with power plants is not for the faint of heart. So anyway, and now to our last presentation, last but not least, is a presentation about the Termoeléctrica Antonio Maceo in Regla, Havana. I'm going to introduce, there will be 2 presenters, Jasper Goldman, who's the president of Friends of Havana, a nonprofit group. And then would follow Felipe Dulzaides, an artist and the founder of Centro Bahia, who is the principal, let's say, advocate behind the rehabilitation of this thermoelectrica. So, Jasper, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So, Friends of Havana is a non-profit organization based in Germany, and we're also a network based in New York. And we support Cubans and Cuban organizations in their efforts to improve Havana. We do everything from helping to improve public space to long-term planning to projects like the Thermoelectrica. One of the things we've done, I think, best over the last few years is bring experts to Cuba, to Havana, to participate in discussions locally. And we actually brought Daniel and Aaron, two of the panelists today, to Havana last May, and it was really wonderful to bring them over. I should mention also that Norma, she's wearing a different hat today, but she's really one of our most important and effective board members and a great friend of Cuba. I should say that Friends of Havana is different from the typical Friends groups. None of the board members are Cuban. We don't live in Cuba. It's not our home city. We're sort of more like, say, Venice. We're motivated and galvanized by the idea that Havana is an incredible opportunity for the world to really get sort of urbanism right. If any of you have been to Havana, you probably know already exactly what I'm talking about. The city has really avoided all of the major mistakes that other cities have made. You know, they haven't put highways through their city centers. They haven't moved all the poor people away. They haven't destroyed their historic heritage. It's remarkably intact. And so the city really has this incredible opportunity to sort of leapfrog over all these other mistakes that other cities have made, learn from the successes, and really build a wonderful, sustainable future based on its incredible assets, which are its people, its culture, and of course, its historic heritage. But against that opportunity, there are incredible challenges. And if you pick up a newspaper, you'll know that things are worse now more than ever before. It's absolutely terrible. But even at the best of times, there were, we've been doing this for 10 or 15 years, there have been incredible challenges working in Cuba. One of which is a really severe lack of capital. The kind of money that we're talking about for these other projects is completely inconceivable, even a fraction of them in terms of, directing towards developing Havana. And so the challenge is how do you move the city forward? How do you develop the city when you have no money? And in this question, I think industrial heritage, and especially the Thermoelectrica site, has a really important role to play. And the reason for that is these sites are amazing. I think we all here because of that to begin with. But they can also be activated with very, very little money. And I know Daniel's been presenting earlier, and I'm sure he's explained his ideas and analysis and research on DIY industrial use. And the lesson is that if you can just make the site safe, you can start to program them and activate them. And once you do that, they take on a life of their own. People develop a relationship with the site, a community builds around it, you experiment, you learn what works, what doesn't, you learn what the community wants to do with the site. And eventually you start to find resources and you find ways of developing it. But you really can do it with make these sites economic and cultural engines with almost no resources. And for me, that's not theoretical. I've been involved wearing a different hat in a former glass factory, the glass fabric in Leipzig, that we've transformed over the last 10 years from a completely derelict former glass factory to a reasonably vibrant cultural center. So it really can be done. And many of the ingredients that we had at glass fabric are also present in Thermoelectrica. It's really a site with incredible potential. And it really would not take much money to get it started, in my view. The most important thing that you need to get going, though, is site control. And when we began talking with Felipe and Centro Bahia a few years ago, we realized we were a long way from getting that, and that what we needed to do first to get the site back into action was to sort of start the conversation with the local community, with the owner of the site, with the wider city fabric. It's an incredible site. You're about to see some pictures and some images of it. It's a few minutes by ferry to the old city of Havana. It has these incredible structures. It's in Regla, which is a fantastic neighborhood. It has incredible potential. But we needed to start somewhere and break the ice. And so we conceived the idea with Felipe of doing this workshop to really get going and sort of create a space, not just to talk, but also to dream a little bit. as a way of getting people excited and starting the conversation. So I'm going to pass on to Felipe in just a second to explain what happened next and how the project's going. But I just want to introduce Felipe. He's an extraordinary artist, a very important artist in his own right. He's born in Cuba, he's from Cuba, but he lived for many years in the United States. And he moved back to Cuba, which is very unusual for a Cuban American. And one of the main things he's done while he's been back in Cuba is start this project, Centro Bahia, which is a local community center or a cultural center in the neighborhood of Regla, which is a fascinating neighborhood that he'll tell us about. And I would just want to say that the project has already had a very big impact in the neighborhood. They've done wonderful public art projects, wonderful events. They've really changed the way that people think about the neighborhood and certainly think about its possibilities and its potential. The term electrical site is definitely their most ambitious idea, but we at Friends of Anna really believe it's achievable and you know, it's a huge undertaking, but it could be done. And so I'm very proud to pass on to Felipe to explain more about how we've moved that project forward. And I'm very honored to be working with him as well. Thank you.
Felipe, do you want to unmute yourself? And you let me know when you want me to start showing your slides.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you this way, and it's an honor to be part of this. It's been very inspiring. I have been watching the presentation, and it's been wonderful. For a long time, I have been watching. Norma, start anytime.
Okay.
I'm not an architect, even though I'm an urbanist and an artist, a conceptual artist, with a studio just across the street, this Thermoelectrica. And the site is partially occupied by use as a dormitory for the company that fixed thermoelectricas in Cuba for the workers. So the workers live there in a sort of like, not in a very nice situation, I would say, but this is the location. As you can see, is in the middle of Havana Bay. So one of the things that we have done to call attention, because the site is fenced and nobody enters the site. We have access to enter the site. And one of the things that we have done is to do exhibitions, visual art exhibitions, to call attention about the potential of the site. So we're using art as a tool to just call attention and see if we can get some kind of vision of a project going. Okay, this is the view, one of the view from the site. Just continue, Norma. The model that you saw, it was is a video installation where there is a video that explores the formal capacity of the site and then the model. I don't know how to continue with the image. All right. So there you can see what remains from the power plant, okay? Because already was this taking a lot of it. So it's a wonderful space for a park. So Jeremy, it was very inspiring to see your presentation by the water, like all of these power plants. Norma, continue the images. Yeah. So this is very much the control room and a lot of outdoor, 2 acres of almost outdoor space. So it's a wonderful space for a park with the wonderful views of the bay, which is just completely abandoned and no one entered. And the vegetation has grown by itself there. And we have made an alliance with the workers that live there to try to have some kind of vision or instigate the use of this space, which is a real treasure inside Havana's Bay.
That's the last one, Felipe? You want to
Yeah,
go back?
okay. Yeah, go back. So the strategy to call attention through, since the system, the Cuban system is a socialist country, very different to the United States or London or anything like this. Everything is owned by the state, and just one of the important things that we have tried is just to raise attention to it and the necessity to protect these structures, because somebody could come and ruin them. You know, this is already something that we have here to work with, and it could be a point like a cultural park with also the same idea of having some services to run the space and help financing the space. This is the idea that we have proposed to the authorities. And one of the things that we did is to do the charité, this workshop, with students of the University of Havana of Architecture, and they work on site on my studio and development ideas. And I don't know if you guys are going to present this, Norma.
Yes, we're going to show the video after your presentation.
Okay. So this was very successful in the way that we built this alliance with the University of Architecture in Cuba. Was very stimulating for the students to be there, to participate, to have international guests part of the workshop. What to say? Yeah, this was last year.
Yeah, I think Aaron and Daniel mentioned that they had been there, and
Okay.
so yeah, I think we can show the video because the video was recorded I guess around the workshop with the CUJAE students. So I think that video would kind of explain that part of the project. So I am going to share the screen. Felipe, you want to add something?
Just, I mean, we just entered the site in 2022. This site, which is in a prominent space of the bay, nobody enters. So it wasn't in Havana Biennial, and we were just doing a project about industrial heritage. And we entered and we found the views and the ruins, how wonderful they were. And it's a site actually very central. It's almost in the middle of Havana Bay, but somehow it's protected and unseen by the population.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
Havana Bay needs a huge transformation. It's being in the middle, but now, as you know, we go into a major crisis. So all the plans that were actually happening right now are on hold. We don't know how the reality in Cuba is going to unfold. So a project like this also, you don't know what's going to happen. But just while we enter, we fall in love with it. We make a contact with the owner of the site that they don't know what to do with it. They actually want to get rid of it because it's a responsibility to protect it. And they have trust us. So with a group of architects, young architects, we start just exploring the site, doing models, measuring, brought some engineers, structural engineers to see the situation, just to make it open to the public, you know, as an open space, because it's such a big open space. Mm-hmm. And so we were little by little advancing in those negotiations. And then I realized that it was important that some kind of a different vision would be should be available, and the authorities should see this kind of different vision. And that's why we create this charity, this workshop. which was very successful. And we had the owner of the site also participating. It was last year, and but the situation really in Cuba have in the last couple of months since the change in Venezuela have deteriorated day by day. So at this moment, yesterday I passed by the site because I take the ferry, looking at such a wonderful view from the bay when you see this space. And I just was thinking, I don't know what's going to happen. But the work has been done, and we continue just raising attention and learning.
Thank you. No, this is great. So Philly, I just wanted to mention, because Aaron showed a couple of slides of the charrette that they did at Grimshaw in New York. And those were based on the documentation, the plans, the drawings that your team of young architects did. So they used it and they generated this charrette, and they came up with some really interesting proposals. So, and that was like 2 years ago. So 1 year ago, you and Jasper and Aaron and Daniel and several others, participated in the workshop that is being documented on the video I'm about to show. So I think the video would explain a lot of things, and it's partly in Spanish, partly in English, but it all has subtitles. So let me share it, and we'll see.
Este lugar es la termoeléctrica Antonio Macero, que dejó de funcionar con el año 2003, y ahora mismo es un espacio que se encuentra en desuso y han desmontado todas las instalaciones. Viven 8 familias que forman parte de la EMSE, que es la empresa que se dedica a arreglar las termoeléctricas de todo el país. En La Habana.
Oops. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened with that one, but
the thermoelectrica is actually from 1954, and it was the biggest in Latin America at that time.
let me try it again. Sorry about that.
Este lugar es la termoeléctrica Antonio Macero, que dejó de funcionar con el año 2003, y ahora mismo es un espacio que se encuentra en desuso y han desmontado todas las instalaciones. Viven 8 familias que forman parte de la EMSE, que es la empresa que se dedica a arreglar las termoeléctricas de todo el país.
En La Habana, a finales de los años 40, al principio de los años 50, debido al incremento de la demanda de energía eléctrica en la ciudad, se fundó la central termoeléctrica de Regla. La Habana tenía en su conjunto, cerca de la bahía, 3 termoeléctricas, que es Piedra, que está en La Habana Vieja, tenía Regla en el municipio de Regla, y dentro del municipio de Regla, en la zona de Casablanca, estaba la termoeléctrica de Casablanca. A finales de los años 90 comenzó un proceso, y inicio del año 2000, de paralización de aquellas industrias que ya tenían muy baja eficiencia y tenían altos impactos ambientales. Una estructura de una belleza, como decir, escultórica, tremenda. Nos sorprendió el paisaje de La Habana que hay aquí y de la bahía. Entonces, ante esa primera impresión y haber conocido a la directora de lo que había aquí, que era una escuela de técnicos de la EMSE, empezamos a tener una relación también con los vecinos que vivían aquí, a los directivos de la EMSE.
El objetivo del taller de proyecto in situ es convocar a los estudiantes a reflexionar sobre este espacio. El interés que tenemos es un poco utilizar el potencial creativo de los estudiantes y la libertad que tienen para explorar un poco las ventajas del lugar y las posibilidades de este lugar.
Es como una lluvia de ideas de profesionales con experiencia, con jóvenes, para tener una visión de qué pudiese suceder aquí, para dejar que la mente vuele, por supuesto, muy atada a las condiciones reales. Es decir, aquí este espacio pertenece a una empresa, estamos trabajando en colaboración con ellos. Ellos tienen la necesidad de una vivienda, de resolver un problema de vivienda. Más que nada es llamar la atención. Esto es un patrimonio industrial. ¿Qué cosa es el patrimonio? Es un valor cultural que puede reflejarse en lo económico. Cómo este lugar pudiese reinsertarse a la dinámica completa de la bahía y a la dinámica de regla. Sería un lugar fantástico para los ciudadanos disfrutar. No solamente la gente de regla, sino también la gente de La Habana.
El ambiente industrial no, no es muy agradable. Para poderlo llamar casa, esto de la ley, habría que llevar a cabo el proyecto, porque ya cuando si se logra ejecutar el proyecto, las viviendas tendrían las condiciones que están normadas, estas cosas, o sea, ya las habitaciones no serían reducidas, porque para tú declarar una vivienda, tiene que cumplir con una normativa de clase. Hemos tenido la visita de 3 profesionales extranjeros que de alguna manera nos han dado su visión también, cómo ellos podrían intervenir en el espacio, de cómo llevar a cabo el taller, debido a que son profesionales de experiencia que han hecho intervenciones semejantes en sus países y eso de alguna manera ha enriquecido mucho la dinámica que teníamos pensada.
Well, the students are fantastic. I've really enjoyed working with them the last several days, and listening to them and engaging in dialogue with them, I'm optimistic that they will embrace the industrial character of the site and build upon it rather than clearing areas, starting anew. Like, I think they understand that there's something very special about this site. And part of it is the industrial heritage and the structures that are there, which are quite monumental.
I think that the students are wonderful. I can already see that they're going to have really great ideas, and tomorrow we'll have a chance to hear about the more. But it gives me great hope, and I really do think we're just starting, you know?
Hoy es el último día del taller. La idea es poner los trabajos que se han hecho durante estas 2 semanas de intenso trabajo. Creo que los muchachos de la UPAE, en sentido general, han hecho un trabajo muy bueno y superando las expectativas de lo que imaginábamos que podía llegar a ser el resultado.
En la propuesta de mi equipo tenemos varios servicios. Se funcionarían como venta y comercialización de los productos que se cultivarían en el mismo sitio como parte del programa del proyecto. Y en el segundo y tercer nivel tenemos un programa de vivienda social dirigida a los trabajadores de la empresa que posee el lugar. Y proponemos además una doble cubierta en este edificio dotada de paneles solares para aprovechar la energía y una estructura agregada por la fachada oeste que ampliaría el espacio que tienen estas personas en la vivienda y crearía sombra a una fachada tan afectada por el asoleamiento de este lugar.
La idea de nosotros se basa en crear una plataforma en todo el sitio que conecte cada uno de los elementos que hay en el lugar, las chimeneas, los pedestales, la subestación, que guíe a la gente en un recorrido que les enseñe el lugar completamente, que destaque la importancia y la relevancia de cada uno de estos elementos, ya sea desde la bahía como desde el nivel peatonal, de diseñar el complejo habitacional de tal forma de proporcionar espacios más agradables y cómodos que también puedan vincularse a proyectos que puedan acoger tanto a las familias que ya están como a artistas o gente que intervendrían en los escenarios que serían la propuesta.
El equipo de nosotros lo que propone es hacer un match entre la infraestructura y el reuso con las actividades sociales y la comunidad. Entonces, a nivel arquitectónico, ¿no? Como esto se puede integrar y todo eso, y nosotros tenemos una especie tenemos plantas de tratamiento de agua que van a tratar el agua de la bahía, y además esa agua tratada va a funcionar además como una actividad social, porque se van a integrar con una plataforma con piscinas donde toda la comunidad y también los que no son de la comunidad puedan venir a disfrutarlas, ¿no? También vamos a tener un espacio de impresión 3D. Vamos a tener una planta de procesamiento de desechos sólidos que recoge los desechos de la bahía, los plásticos, por ejemplo, que se puede imprimir en mobiliario que precisamente va a haber en el lugar, se pueden imprimir muchos objetos, e incluso que se pueden donar a instituciones de la comunidad como escuelas, policlínicos, etcétera. Y entonces todo eso que representa un proceso de economía circular y de cero emisiones y de cero desperdicios, ¿no?
La puesta en equipo es un parque de atracciones. O también no un parque de atracciones porque no va a tener las instalaciones o los complejos acostumbrados, sino más bien un espacio de animación social, un espacio de condensador social, por algunos decir, un espacio fomentado para la actividad social entre las personas.
Terminal Electric project it's fantastic. There's so much potential. There's so many things that can happen. And watching those, being engaged with those things, whatever it turns out to be, will be an exciting thing. We have to make sure we don't demolish it. That's the most important thing. It has to be there. It has to be standing. And then I think this event shows that there are people that are interested in being part of making it, bringing it to the next level, to engage it and making it some kind of new cultural use.
Me complace mucho que nuestro proyecto, que ya fue presentado también, nuestro proyecto para viviendas, no esté en contradicción total con todas las ideas que se han expresado. Al contrario, creo que pueden muy bien complementarse y cumplimentar una necesidad de Estado, que es las viviendas que nosotros tenemos que hacer para nuestros especialistas.
I think the project is much bigger than the site. I think the project is people coming together, be they Cubano, Americano, and understanding the challenges that they face, that they will better face them together. So if this is the site that gets us together, the work is even bigger than the site, and we've just begun.
So I want to make one point only. I think this site and this project is really important. And I think this workshop could be incredibly important, could be pivotal in the development of the site. And I think the site could also play a really important role in revitalizing Havana. It's a very difficult project, but it's achievable. So I hope you can take advantage of this opportunity because it could be a really historic one.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the video. I did. So I think, well, we could open it to some questions before we start the moderated panel led by Nina. And let's see, I have. Okay, so this is one question, and this is for Felipe. Who's the owner of the site? The government is the question.
Yes. And is this company, the Fix Tecmoeléctricas, is the owner of the site. And they use it just for housing. So all the outdoor space which is pretty much the 85% of the space, or the 80% of the space, is vacant, and they don't know what to do because they just wanted to use the buildings that are already there that they use as dorms. They wanted to transform them in their houses. That's pretty much it.
Jasper, you raise your hand, and then we have one more question.
Yeah, this is a sort of comment, really. I think that video just reflects something else that's really important about industrial heritage, which is it provides this opportunity to engage young people in thinking about the future of, the site, the city, their country, And no place is this more important than in Cuba, where young people are so disaffected. So many people just want to leave the country. They don't see a future. And I think Aaron and Daniel agree that during the workshop, you could just feel over the space of those few days sort of a change in the energy as people these young students started to dream about not just the future of the site, but the future of their country. And so that just seems to me to be unbelievably important aspect that industrial heritage, I think for many people represents a certain kind of freedom. It's unrestricted. You can really dream, you can really think about urban uses in the city in a new way. And that's just incredibly important to do with young people. And that's a really important thing, I think, that applies to all industrial heritage, actually.
In a way, we were bringing new ways to think about the site to the owners, sort of like opening their mind to different suggestion to value what they have, because they actually don't value it for the beauty and the potential of the industrial heritage. This was very important. And also the opportunity for the young students, because the majority of the young students in Cuba want to move abroad. So this opportunity just to think about the future of Cuba, this was very important. And in a way was very successful. I have seen the students afterwards, they completely, every time they see me, they have a wonderful memories already of that experience.
That's great. That's great. So the next, I have one question but that has to do with all of the panelists. So I think we could open up the next session led by Nina. And okay, so this is one quick question for the Termoelectrica, and then we'll move on. This is the question says, once the plan is approved by the government, is it possible to control disbursement of construction capital without the government involvement?
Well, before, yes, I don't know now, because Cuba is changing a lot, and we don't know the changes where are going to end. Really, it's almost like a ball rolling right now. But yeah, it will have to be the government. Anyway, they have been, conceptually, there is the idea that giving more power to the localities and to the government is doing that, decentralizing the economy. They've been trying to do that. And so this could be fit into this category. So probably I'm not the best person to right now to answer that question, because a lot of things are changing and there are a lot of new laws passing now through, actually, with even with Cuban Americans to be able to do projects here, with something that was not allowed before. So maybe yes, maybe yes.
Okay, so let's move to Nina's session. Nina, are you able to see all of the questions in the Q&A?
Right, but I'm going to start with questions, right?
Yes, you start, and then I can. There was one that had to do about the presenters, the design process when they were intervening in a site. But let's start with yours, and then I can bring those up again. Yep.
Yeah. So this has been an amazing panel and incredible insights and projects presented. And what has been incredible to me is how successful most of them have been. And if they haven't actually physically been formulated, they all have incredible, very devoted and well-organized visions. So I think one of the questions that I have, and I've worked in preservation of industrial sites for a very long time, and we have lots of organizations in the States, like the Roebling chapter of industrial archaeology. How do we convince others of these goals and visions that we all have? I think many of us have talked about convincing policymakers, convincing developers, convincing landowners? How can we really prove that these projects are working and can work, so that then the projects that are being presented today, like Cuba and New Haven, can almost have this kind of standard or model support to go forward? And I'm wondering from your own experiences, how you've garnered this support. Maybe who should talk first? Maybe Doug, why don't you start?
There we go. In our case, it was easy in terms of support. The building was owned by the redevelopment agency. They just needed a purpose and funding. So shortest answer ever. Next.
Okay. Okay. Marco, yours was much more complex. How did you even I mean, it was a given that Battersea had to be preserved, but the way you preserved it, how was that achieved in terms of the support, the policy support and development support?
Well, it was Battersea was put on a watch list of endangered uh, monuments. It had a huge political push behind, kind of how do you say, push wind behind, and and that coincided with a huge amount of business interest on the actual site itself. I mean, I feel kind of humbled looking at these beautiful projects, all of the projects presented today, and feel a bit like an outlier with my line of the 9 billion development value, etc. However, if I can bring Battersea to this debate, it is as important to preserve the actual asset and try to actually repurpose, ideally, the power stations as power stations,
right,
as it is to find a detonator, a kind of an argument to attract investment on the asset. And investment can be doesn't need to be a development like a real estate one, but it can be cultural, like what I'm seeing in some of the projects, and of civic value, and it requires architects. Ultimately, one of the things I've learned from Rafael Vignoli over many years working with him is that the architect has the capacity to bring together these forces and envision a mission that can be put on a table that everybody sees, has a vested interest on, that can mobilize and create some traction to develop these wonderful sites. So I mean, Battersea was a very, very complex, very complex site, but a very, very we're very, very fortunate to have worked on this building for so many years.
Yeah. Jeremy, your project's also very different because you have funders. Did you have to convince them to save different aspects of the industrial power plant? Were they willing to save all those buildings, even though they weren't as historic as some of the others?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that they hired the landscape architect first, right?
Okay.
It shows what their first priority was, which is the park. But then I think they got to know the plant and kind of fell in love with it. Austin is also kind of an engineer by background, so it's really kind of personal interest to him to understand how it works, and he's able to repower the gantry crane and other things.
Oh, cool.
So I think that they had already kind of made that decision before we came in.
Mm.
I think as we continue, that yeah, there's definitely been, we've been since early 2025, socializing the vision with and engaging with the community around it and understanding where their priorities are. And I think that there were some ways in which it was aligned and other ways in which, like, some of the more intensive uses, we had sort of like a more intensive, like, water park, water recreation component that we've since toned back. We've brought more research and education into the long-term vision, which I didn't get the chance to present, but is a part of the vision for the boiler building. So I think it's also still ongoing, that process of, like, consensus building. But I think we've arrived somewhere. We have, like, a concept and a master plan that's going into the Planning and Zoning Committee for approvals now, that we feel we've developed good consensus around in the city.
Oh, that's amazing. I also want to talk about kind of combining these issues of sustainability and historic preservation. And when we think about preserving buildings now, we are all talking about their, embodied energy, saving the materials, saving the site. But how can preserving the power plant itself also, I mean, the question we have in our agenda is, how does it fuel a sustainable future? But sustainable in many different ways. I always talk about sustainability as economic sustainability, as environmental sustainability, and as cultural sustainability. So maybe, Aaron, that might be something for you to discuss, is how can this huge site in New Haven also kind of fuel a sustainable future, and why hasn't everyone caught on to this already? This is what it's like.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's why we're here today, right? We're trying to catalyze more of that activity. I mean, we when we think about strong sustainability, we think about social sustainability, or we think about first economic sustainability nested within social, nested within the environment, right? And so, definitely, as we try to understand our current situation beyond just sustainability, meaning also resilience, and then going beyond that kind of the do no harm model of sustainability towards regenerative, we're starting to think there's actually a lot more potential there for consensus building and kind of rallying and building a movement, kind of catalyzing action, et cetera. Because it's a little bit hard to get everyone really excited about just keeping your head above water, even though we do have to do that. And this site is an example of that, given how close it is to the water, et cetera, and sea level rise is an issue here. So your question is, how do we build momentum around these places as sites of sustainability? I mean, I think fundamentally, and this ties into your first question about how do we find the right funding. I think, you find where, what do the adjacent communities really desire? What do they need? And, if you say we're going to start there, then you begin to unlock an understanding of what is sustainable, what is resilient, what is thriving for them. You build consensus there, and you build out to those bigger rings. Like, what does the city need? What have been the goals of the city? What are some of the grants that are going to be available through, if you can believe it, FEMA again is going to start releasing resilience grants. We talked about that a few days ago. And we know that energy development and other needs and certain research needs at Yale, even we know that as we begin to build out and center the kind of the local community members' needs, we can begin to build out kind of rings, nested rings, if you will, of desire and of need. And I think then that begins to understand funding, but that's the sustainability model. I mean, one thing about the project that Lola talked about, the Museo del Acero in Monterrey, is it's not just finding your initial funding. Sometimes you need funding to preserve the maintenance and the ongoing operational costs. Not all of these cultural institutions that move into these places ultimately have all of the funding or meet all of their funding needs through ticket sales, et cetera. So that project specifically has got an incredible let's say it's been really successful when it comes to hosting events, specifically weddings. If you want to get married in Monterey, the Museo del Acero is a great place to get married, next to the blast furnace, et cetera. So, thinking about that as well. But the future of sustainability, I mean, there's a lot in that, but there are incredible, massive places that bring you into a headspace of awe. And what better place to contemplate awe than together with a lot of people, and as Daniel would say, like some transgressive behavior might help, to unlock the potential of the future. A little transgressive behavior. Daniel, you should jump in and speak up for that. The indeterminate part of our future, right? The unlocking of the indeterminate is really critical, and play and all of that Jeremy was also talking about. I love these spaces for that, and the idea that you can have really minimal interventions, phase it, and get to that place quickly.
Exactly.
Long-winded answer, but I didn't know
No,
what I was
that's
going to
great.
say when you
That's
started.
it.
So
That's fine. That's great. Doug, you had your hand up, and then Jeremy.
Yeah, I was just going to say the Shaw Technology and Learning Center fits the model that you described of sort of social and economic reinvestment. I failed to mention that the Home and Square neighborhood is a lower income community of color, and doesn't have the academic success and mobility that we'd like it to have. So the statement was made by the major funder, John Nichols, to sort of plant his staff, his Gandalf staff in this community and say, I'm going to take this disinvestment of Sears and leaving the neighborhood and make it a seed for the next generation. And then we also, how do you take a place so toxic and wrong-minded as a coal-fired power plant and put a sustainable story on it? And that's why we pursued at the time LEED Platinum. That was the story there.
Great, super. Jeremy, you were gonna.
Yeah. No, I mean, one of the ways that sustainability happens is through regulation and through state action and through policy. And in the United States, I think like actually the state level is maybe an interesting place to look at, because states tend to have their own power authorities and tend to have a big impact on energy sites. In New York State, we have the peaker rule, which regulates the amount of emissions that peaker plants can have, lest they be fined, and then that starts to encourage them to power down or convert to other uses. So I've wondered about this idea, like what if New York State sort of as part of its peaker rule also required certain forms of social or economic rehabilitation, restitution of sites. And there's something at the state level where they have the authority and also like the capital to invest in sites at this scale or subsidize the investment in sites at this scale. And in like less strong markets or more rural or semi-urban places, there's an interest in economic development. So we're not going to have like whatever it is, the German state cultural fund or whatever that's funding these giant billion-dollar parks, but I feel like the state level in the U.S. It could be an interesting place to look.
Yeah, I mean, the state was so supportive for Ravenswood. And then, now everyone's worried about the current federal administration taking away the wind turbines and the solar panels that we need in order to make this renewable energy. So I do think, especially in New York, we're lucky with that, and Connecticut too. Daniel, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks for the shout out, Aaron. Yes, I'm so glad of seeing all these presentations, to see the that joy is such a big part of these projects, that somehow we're not getting. I'm sure it exists in all of these projects, but you're not filtering it through like a kind of economic calculus, right? And I think that's, nothing is going to be sustainable if it doesn't deliver something that's important to people, whether they be the people who live, 300 yards or 3 miles away, or 300 miles away, right? So I think this is part of it, that we have to make architectural heritage and industrial heritage something that's joyful, that's something that's open-ended, something that provides opportunities. And maybe some of those opportunities are not are not economic initially. Maybe they're not even sustainable, but it gets people about excited about these places, like those students in Havana. And then we may be able to craft an even better solution to some of these really difficult problems.
Yeah. No, I agree with that too. And I work with my students on a project I call Making History Visible and around industry. And I think it's so important. People don't know what was made where. They don't know what was on a certain site. And just to educate people about these sites, I think is so important. Jasper, you had your hand up, and then Marco. Oh, your sound. You're muted.
Apologies. Sorry, yeah, just to answer your earlier question about how do we advance industrial heritage and the preservation of industrial heritage, I think you cannot underestimate the importance of getting people physically to the site. I think
Right.
that's one of the things that the Highline people did so well. I think once people actually go to the site, I know this is true of, for example, visiting the Thermoelectrica, you just see the potential, you feel the aura of the space, as Aaron referred to it, and it's so critical. So how do you do that? And I think interim use is absolutely vital. I think more than money, what you need is as I was trying to say, is site control and then bringing people to the site. I think weddings are amazing. I actually had a friend who got married in Battersea Park Station when it was a ruin, and I think just the ability to go to these sites and see them, and experience them, and form bonds with them and memories. And I think also, there's a lot of talk about the importance of architects, and that is of course obvious. But I think it's also important to take an approach that isn't architectural and actually just allow people to use the site and have a sort of almost experimental approach. Because often with these sites, you find that the best uses can be very surprising. I mentioned the glass fabric project that I've been involved in Leipzig, and we had one idea of what the project was going to be. And then the most successful thing we did was build a sauna in the main hall that people loved, and it completely transformed people's perceptions of the project and built support for the project. And then we discovered the food events were also incredibly important. We would never have thought of these things had we not had a somewhat open-minded experimental approach, because you can't really figure out learn how to use the site or learn how people want to use the site unless you're willing to be experimental. And so I really think that's a crucial point to put in there in the mix. And if you're being experimental, of course, you're trying to spend as little money as possible. And not having that money is a great way to not spend it.
I always am reminded in Amsterdam about 20 years ago when they were building out one of the sand islands for housing. The first thing they built was a bar, and they called it Cape Cod. And just by building a bar and having a place on the map to go to, it brought people there, which is always fascinating. Marco.
Yeah, just wanted something came to mind. A very comparable. Well, the heritage asset is comparable to Battersea is Bankside, which was designed by the same architect with the same engineers. And there's something to be said about matchmaking, institutional matchmaking, and the fact that you can bring institutional, cultural institutional players, governmental institutional players to take ownership of these assets. In the case of Bankside and many industrial buildings around Britain, these are not national lottery funded institutions like Tate, who took over in Liverpool, the industrial sites for their Tate there, and Bankside, which otherwise you would struggle to see what Bankside would have been otherwise, right? And I don't know how this matchmaking takes place. I don't know. I think it's maybe a societal situation where minds come together, and the business mind, the government mind, the cultural mindset, and establishes what of these magical post-industrial venues can host or can accommodate alternative uses like museums, like convention centers, which are detonators of urban regeneration and growth, and facilities that can actually sustain themselves. Jeremy, I was looking at your wonderful project, and I was wondering what level of visibility you have in terms of how this is going to be run and how the owners are going to continue to invest on it going forward to make it a successful asset. Going back to Tate has continued to build and consolidate an incredible cultural quarter around what they're doing there. And that's gone beyond the restoration of the old power plant. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I actually didn't get the chance to show it in the presentation, but the park is phased. The park is essentially meant to be built all in one go, more or less. The building we're splitting into two phases, where the small and medium buildings are part of the first phase, but then the boiler building, which contains 100,000 plus square feet of future potential, is left for a second phase. And I think, one that helps control, the capital cost up front, but it also helps give some space for the park and the site to evolve and like for us to figure out what its needs are, right? Like the boiler building could end up housing almost anything in the future. And I think like having however many years, 5, 10, 15 years to figure that out is of benefit. And then there is the potential for, and in the master plan, there are a few smaller structures that are provided for, but not necessarily built day one. So I do think that the organization is already thinking about that, building in that capacity to evolve and be flexible in the future and not overly determine everything at day one. And it's been fascinating to see the organization grow as the design and vision of the project has grown, and like how the two are kind of in conversation with each other. We were talking with we did a tour of Powerhouse Arts, and it's been interesting to see how them too, even in that building, are still kind of figuring it out. Figuring out what the operational model is, what the programming model is. The event space wasn't originally seen as having such a formal use, for events and festivals and concerts and things, but the demand is there, so they're kind of reshaping their program around it. Yeah, I think it's important to think about that time aspect in these kinds of projects.
Exactly. Yeah. Aaron, you had your hand up.
Well, we're running out of time. I didn't want to take up too much more, but I know that we've talked about trying to keep the momentum going. And since we only have a few more minutes, I wanted to say that if this group, this panel, and those who are gathered, who I can't see their names, et cetera, it would be wonderful. Green Build is going to be in New York City. I'd be interested in provoking, and maybe it's a follow-up, but to try to find a place and space to get together and talk again in October around Green Build, which I think would be a great forum for extending this conversation. But it's just to say, I think that a kind of when I first got to Havana with Daniel and Felipe, and we were talking about this project. It's transformational for me to be there and to feel a solidarity with the folks there and thinking about the future of their city and of that specific place and how this could catalyze change. And I think that kind of solidarity is something which we feel the more we talk about these places and the communities that are adjacent to them, and then the agency we feel as architects. And I just wanted to extend and just say, I think that you're seeing in the chat, a lot of us want to get together and work on this. And I really appreciate you bringing us together. And I'm sure that we're not going to have time to get to everything we want to talk about, but I would love to make sure that we find space and time to talk about this again soon, be it October or otherwise.
Great. Really wonderful. I do want to bring up this one more question about, making these productive places. Can we do what Ravenswood is doing and make them viable places for sustainable production? And it's hard. And I think converting these places is not easy, but I could see all of the sites having some kind of production for energy that's sustainable and renewable. And that would be my vision for these sites. Great. Norma, do you want to go to the audience questions?
Yeah, we have a couple of questions. Do you want to read them yourself, or they are in the Q&A? Just
Which
open the
one?
Q&A at the
Yeah,
bottom.
Rebecca. Oh,
Yeah.
open new ones. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks to the presenters. Important to explore lower cost, safe DIY. How are these safety issues prioritized and addressed on a DIY budget? So that would be for Daniel. How are safety issues addressed? Right? We were
Very
talking
good
about,
question.
yeah.
It's a very good question, and each of the situations that I looked at are unique, and they reflect both the kind of protagonists that are leading those projects and a lot of local context. What I always say is that, we're smart people, and we have to exercise our discretion where we have it. We certainly can't ignore safety and safety concerns. But by the same token, if we burden ourselves by imagining every single thing that can go wrong, we're never going to be able to do anything. So we have to have a little bit of faith, a little bit of confidence, and we have to kind of share the idea. So there's ways to approach things. Now in Silo City, you've got like the force of personality of the owner there, Rick Smith, and he has a kind of way of doing things, and it's not completely flaunting safety, although maybe the way I presented it, it seems that way. And then at the Cary Furnaces is very different because it's a not-for-profit that manages it, owned by Allegheny County in a partnership with the National Park Service because it's part of this national heritage area. So they're very risk averse. And when you get to the site, you'll see that there are areas that are roped off, and even if it seems like, well, why can't I walk over there? There's nothing over there. I'm going to get hurt on. But I do think we have to. Not everything about safety is like written down, right? It's not like if you went to local codes or state codes that you would see every single thing, like what you can and can't do. So there's a lot of interpretation, and we have to really think these things through. And sometimes we have to say, yes, of course, there's always things that can go wrong. But living in New York City, right? People are tripping on the sidewalk every week, and these people go to the hospital, unfortunately, people sue the city, right? It's it's not like these things we shouldn't imagine the worst case. Let me leave it at that.
Good. Great. Another question is about that all the sites have waterways in common. They're all on major waterways. Yes, that is why many of them were built the way they were, because they use the water to cool the heating that's emitted from the power plant. So for Ravenswood, their new plan includes new docks for the ships for delivery. I'm not sure for some, Jeremy, you're using the water, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the berth and docking point will continue to be used. The whole waterfront edge in various ways. I think it's been like a core part of the project from the beginning. Yeah.
Right. Good.
Yeah.
Aaron, you're using the water too. Oh, answer us. Go ahead.
How high is the building from the high tide? It's higher than average, as I remember it.
At Manresa? Yeah. Yeah, so ground level is 8.9 above mean sea level. For reference, mean sea level being 0, 0. For reference, the design flood elevation is plus 15. So the plant is essentially putting all of its critical infrastructure and its, first fully finished floor at level 2. And then the park is actually building up to that. So there's a sort of a cap that's being built on the park, which serves first to cap for remediation and hazardous, for contamination in the ground. And secondly, building that cap even higher gives us a resilient level at 23.9. Right, which is about 15 feet above existing ground level, which hits our level 2. So we're kind of creating like a new first level of the park, and a little bit of a split level condition where you can access from ground level or from that new that new level at level 2.
Yeah, it's an ingenious plan.
Great.
There's also an existing flood protection system around the plant, which is fun, and we're trying to figure out how to work with it.
Super.
Great. Well, I think we reached our time. We're only 3 minutes over, which I think is pretty good. So I just wanted to thank all the panelists for all of your efforts and putting up with all my insistent emails about coordinating and showing up and so on. So I really, really appreciate it. And I think all of you have done a fantastic job. So thank you very much. And I also would like to thank the audience that we cannot see them, but we hear them. We see their questions and so on. And I'm sure there will be many, many unanswered questions. I just wanted to say, in terms of next steps, we're going to share the video because this was recorded. So we have the emails of all of the people that signed up. We had over 360 people signed up. Not everybody showed up, but obviously show some interest. So we have almost, let's say, the seeds of a community. So Aaron, you wanted to share some of your announcements, so we could, we don't want to push people or force people to be part of a newsletter or something like that, but we can give them the option and so on. So we could make that available to the panelists in case they want to share some, interesting information. And again, I will be sharing the video in the next couple of days. So thank you very much. And till the next time. So everybody, I think we all should go to Monterrey, to the to the Termoeléctrica in Havana, and to Battersea and Chicago and Leipzig and Manresa. I'm going there next week. So anyway, hope to see you again soon.
Great.
Thanks,
Thank you so
everyone.
much.
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
Thanks, Norma.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good to
Bye-bye.
see you, everyone.
Sure.
Bye, everyone.